Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us from the grave dead tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spread to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. But really what they've been combating lately is a lot of the big sad, right? Like it's just been laid over them like a big wool blanket. And we don't use wool blankets in Florida most of the time, let alone this time of year. So it's kind of a little hot under there, and I assume pretty uncomfortable. But anyway, before we get to all of that, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and you should join our community by following that Discord link. And if you really like what you see here, if you really want to support this program, you should go sign up for the Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all kinds of behind the scenes features and extras, including the Rosebud Thorns for all of our sessions, all of our programs, and a bunch more extras. So, you know, go sign up and see what all that's about. Rumor has it, in fact, that there is a certain Ratkins spy journal going to be posted on the Ko-fi coming up here soon. So if you want to see what all that's about, go sign up for the Ko-fi. It really helps benefit this program, this channel, and this community, and it means the absolute world to us. But enough of my blabbing on. Let's go ahead and introduce the players that make Rage Across Tampa the amazing story that it is. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ Champagne Mana Toast. This is toast. It refills your mana. That's it. Nothing more. Fuck you. Whatever you want to call me. And I will be playing Aspen Wise, the Philodux.
Hi, everybody. I am Nori. Damn it, champ. I will be playing Jester Silvertongue, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Well done, you broke Nori. Hi everybody, my name's Preston. I play Jason Thorne, the Theurge of the Bonar.
I thought about having a bit, but Champ really threw me off. Hi, my name is Nick. I'm playing Izzie, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the Alrune child of Gaia.
Nori, you missed a perfect opportunity there by saying, "God damn it, champ." I think that would
That's
have
true. God
really
damn it,
sealed
champ.
the deal on that one. Anyway, enough Dungeon Crawler Call references, which there can't be enough of, but I'm sure we'll get to that later. Let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw the pack reunited after Aspen and Jester had returned from Vermont, and the bad news was shared. Everyone trying to decide how to move forward, what comes next, how to go on, and trying to keep a stiff upper lip amongst all of the heavy news coming out of Vermont, as well as the arrival of all of these new individuals. They had to figure out where to go and what to do and how to plan for the incoming threat and conflict that is obviously forming in this, what could very well be the true final battle in the future. Then we saw Jester have a heart-to-heart with Katarina where they shared their mutual grief, but both agreed that this was only the incentive they needed to go back and kill Zizek when the time was right. And that time, unfortunately, is not right now, but that doesn't stop them from preparing for and moving toward that inevitable goal. After the break, we saw Jace have a conversation with Eliza where they also started talking over the recent events, but then Jace noticed something very interesting, a remnant, a wisp coming off of the body of Charles. He then started to put together that these wisps were scattered in different locations throughout the cairn, including one that was attached to his very self. And with Charles's spirit not fully returning to the cairn, Jace was able to find out that his spirit had in fact been fractured, torn to pieces, and that the pieces of his spirit were attached to things that he had a very close connection with, and that in order for his spirit to be fully returned, those pieces would have to be gathered. But not knowing where to begin or what to do, it was recommended that he goes and sees one of the new arrivals, the keeper of the dead of the North Country Protectorate, Brother Tomas Varga. Then we saw Aspen and Izzie have a conversation where Izzie came to ask for punishment for his wrongdoing at the riots. Instead of a direct punishment of any sort, Aspen tasked him with doing the honorable thing and putting the body of the individual he had killed to rest. Unfortunately, the remnants of that individual lay at the bottom of a sewer where they were dumped to try and cover up for what had happened. So this has tasked Izzie with a very mucky assignment, as he is to go track down those remains and give them the proper burial they deserve. Aspen also told Izzie the story of the ceremonial clave that hangs above the meeting table and how the intention is for it never to draw blood, which has a very, very interesting extra associated with it. And then finally, Aspen confronted her patron at the time, Falcon, in a very direct and aggressive argument where they accused Falcon of many things before separating themselves from the tribe entirely, becoming one known as the Forsworn, or a tribeless guru, which is considered to be one of the lowest forms of guru one can possibly be within the society. But she'd had enough and was unwilling to consider herself a Silver Fang longer. So our story begins tonight in the wake of that decision, as Aspen goes to seek guidance from another who walked away from their tribe and from the nation as a whole, Miss Eliza Ross. Aspen, it's the same night. There have been several hours in between your conversation with Falcon, and you've been kind of stewing over this. A lot of the adrenaline has died off, and the reality is setting in as to what this decision meant. You feel yourself almost adrift, less connected to what being a guru is, to Gaia, to everything, as you were before. And it was a sensation that you didn't realize you were taking for granted ever since you chose a tribe, ever since your first change. You just don't feel whole. Not entirely. You don't regret your decision. You're confident that it was the right choice, but I don't think you totally grasped what that decision meant. What severing a bond between an individual and their patron means. Because while all Guru are in their own way connected to Gaia, it is really through their patrons that they have a majority of that connection. And now being without, even in a cairn full of other people, with the arrival of so many refugees from Vermont, you feel alone. Possibly for the first time in a long time, in a way that you've never truly understood. So with all of that in mind, I'm going to ask you what's going through your head and what is it that prompts you to go speak to the stargazer Eliza Ross?
I think it's jumbled in her head. There's still frustration about the old tribe of hers and the patron. But there's a listlessness that she didn't expect, a emptiness in that I don't know, she thought she'd have more satisfaction after all of it. And the feelings that she's feeling right now aren't the ones she thought she would be feeling after this conversation. And as much as Miss Ross is always, pulling the things out of people, she has a lot of wisdom. And I think there's nobody better than Eliza to go to in this moment.
So as you have returned to the cairn proper, and as you've sort of drifted about tending to your responsibilities during that time, you eventually make your way over towards the RVs where you know Eliza to be, and you can smell fresh cooking coming from her specific trailer, her specific RV. She is likely putting together a massive meal, considering the number of individuals who are now living, for all intents and purposes, out of the cairn, and having to feed more than herself or herself and a small amount of others. She is getting to truly embrace her Southern Belle ways of cooking a massive feast for everyone gathered. So you can hear the sounds of pots kind of clanking. You can hear the stirring of a spoon. And as you step into the trailer, there she is wearing an apron over her, loose summer dress. And she looks to you. And then she kind of double takes as she looks at you. Huh. Well, that's a sight I never thought I'd see.
Flustered Aspen? That seems to be the usual as of lately.
I have seen flustered Aspen. No, there's something different about you.
Yeah. First of all, do you need any help? I know it's a lot.
Sure. I was actually just dicing up some vegetables over there. Why don't you go lend a hand?
Okay, I can do that.
Delighted at the idea of a distraction, you step over to the counter where there's a cutting board already set up, a large kitchen knife, and you can see some carrots and onions and all the makings of what would probably create a very scrumptious stew prepared. So as you pick up the knife and start cutting, go ahead and give me a dexterity and awareness roll. However, I am going to say it's at a -2 because you are very much in your head at the moment.
Be a 1.
Okay. So as you start cutting slowly, you feel the blade nick your finger. Not anything too intense as cutting off the tip of your finger or anything ridiculous like that. Just enough that it cuts open and begins to start welling with blood.
I pinch it and try to find the sink. It's a day.
Seems like it. Do you need anything, or are you going to take care of that on yourself?
I got it.
As you take a deep breath, calling upon the powers of what it is to be Guru, the wound slowly seals itself and you're able to wash what little blood is off into the sink. And Eliza, who's been watching you for the most part the entire time, takes your other hand and leads you over to the small fold down table and benches that are nearby and says, "Have a seat, dear."
Sure. Okay. Yeah, okay.
As you sit down on the bench across from her, she takes a look at your hand, just inspecting the wound, even though it's pretty much gone at this point, but doing the doting mother hen thing of ensuring that everything is well. And once she's satisfied with the wound, she doesn't let go of your hand, but instead takes your other hand in both of hers. It's a scary thing to walk away from all you've ever known. But it's also a brave and courageous thing, too. When your views don't align anymore, when your purpose doesn't feel the same, sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself and those around you is choose a new path. It seems terrifying. It seems lonely. But if it's true to you and what you believe, it's not wrong.
I just couldn't stand by and be a part of that.
Part of what exactly?
The Silver Fang ideology, all of it, they're in the lead. They know best. They have this air that they're meant to be there. They're supposed to be there, and anyone who sees it any other way is just wrong. That they all just know what needs to be done, and it doesn't matter if you understand it or if you are behind it. That's what's going to happen.
Well, first things first, I know you know better than to assume based off of a small sampling of your tribe as to what they all believe. But you're not wrong. There is a general belief that Silver Fangs are meant to lead, that they do see the path as it lays out before us, much grander and much wiser than others. But I think really your issue isn't with your tribe mates as much as it is with your patron. And believe me, I understand what it is to be frustrated with a patron. You have been a Silver Fang based off of your actions, based off of your beliefs, based off of your abilities. You have known what's best. You have been in charge. You fulfilled everything Falcon would have asked of you. But what you're unwilling to believe, from the looks of it, is the idea that you're not in control of where you're headed. That something else is dictating the path for you, and that you can't do anything about it.
They refuse to give people the tools.
What if they can't?
Why wouldn't they?
Well, there could be a variety of reasons, honestly. When one is given facts, when they're told exactly what's going to happen, that opens the opportunity for them to do anything in their power to change it. Maybe they don't agree with that course of action. Maybe all that's required is a light touch to set into motion a series of actions that lead to a desirable outcome. As the bearer of many a vague vision, I can empathize with the fact that it's quite possible they didn't even have all the information.
They had more than we did.
Yes? But
I
that's
think
spirits for you.
It also perpetuates the problem, doesn't it? The idea of that tribe, about them knowing best and just following. Aren't we all supposed to be on the same level? Aren't we all supposed to be doing this together?
You would hope. But even the patrons have their biases. In fact, they're very human in that way, and how varied their emotions are and how they view their fellow patrons. There's a lot of division amongst the spirits, as there is amongst Guru and humans and all kinds. They are flawed. They are anything but perfect. And in Falcon's specific case, I'm going to offer you an empathetic perspective. That doesn't mean you have to feel bad for it. It's a spirit. It can handle its own. It doesn't need your sympathy or empathy. And it's not even necessarily deserving of it. But imagine going from the highest heights of greatness and watching everything you built slowly crumble apart. And while you did whatever you could within your power to keep it as great as it once was, you don't have that kind of control. You just have to watch it fall. When they stop listening, when they stop seeing, when they stop fighting, and it just breaks apart, one piece after another after another. One might do anything they can to hold on to that sense of superiority or control.
Why have it be that way in the first place?
What if it's all they know? I like to view the patrons and the spirits as pieces of Gaia, because all things come from Gaia. But certain pieces gained certain attributes. Unicorn gained empathy and caring and tenderness and compassion. Falcon gained wit and foresight, shrewdness, and, in a way, pride. And on and on and on. Gorgon gained the wrath, the unwillingness to accept subjugation, the rebellious streak. If all things are Gaia, and Gaia is the composition of all things, not every piece is going to have every aspect of her. So if all Falcon knew was superiority, was pride, was the belief that they knew best in all situations, how could they know anything else? And they're very hard to teach if that's all they know.
I guess. I understand. I get it. Just seems, I don't know. It just seems like there could have been changes. People can change, and if spirits are like people, why can't they change? But I understand people are stubborn. I'm stubborn. It's just those ideas don't fit me anymore. They just don't feel good.
I understand. Believe me, I understand. The fact that Unicorn and the children were so empathetic and so considerate and so caring that they were unwilling to give up on what was clearly broken, on what wasn't working. The fact that they stayed in a situation that only led to destruction and devastation, only furthered the fall. I couldn't align myself with that either. Now, I didn't necessarily take the path you did to separating myself from it, but when you see something's broken and you say it and they don't believe you, you could stay there and shout until you're blue in the face, or you could find the other way. Show them with your actions.
It's kind of what happened in Vermont. There's a lot of them trying to fix it while also not wanting to ruffle feathers. But they were doing, I don't want to say the bare minimum, but it kind of felt that way in the grand scheme of things, and felt like it might have perpetuated everything that started now.
They were fighting an uphill battle. The problem is that hill never ended. They could keep working themselves up and trying to climb, but the exhaustion is going to wear on anyone. Problem is, their pride won't allow them anything else. They're so certain in being right about what once worked that they're unwilling to adapt to the fact that it doesn't work anymore. And unfortunately, in those situations, it usually takes a great tragedy to change their minds. A loss that can't be justified or can't be undone. The Silverfangs, as with the nation itself, believed the war should be over, couldn't comprehend or understand why it wasn't. In their ignorance of believing the final battle was the final battle, they didn't know another path forward. Just
That
like their
also-
king.
That also confuses me, Eliza. Why do people believe that it ends when something large and grandiose finally falls in an epic battle? Aren't we all going to still need to be here to make sure that it moves on and continues to thrive regardless?
Sure. The wise ones know that. The wise ones know that it isn't a single change that will undo the course of millennia of history. But also they're still human. And that idea is exhausting. The true battle, the one that we're fighting, it's likely endless. We won't see victory, not in our lifetime. And that idea, it shatters many a guru's confidence. It is Hirano in its purest form. And yet, we're still expected to find the will to fight. The will to go on and continue and keep pushing forward. And that is a very big ask of us, of anyone. Guru want an epic battle because the wolf in them wants an epic battle. But they forget they're still human. They're still spirit, and it's not that simple. It's much more complicated. That's why my people did what they did. They realized fighting wasn't the solution anymore. Would it be necessary at times? Certainly. Violence is everywhere. Threats are everywhere. But it isn't the answer. It's not what's going to win us this war. We're labeled as pacifists by many of the other tribes and septs, which they think makes us traitors or cowards. But the reality is we still do fight. We've just found other ways to do so. And I am, unlike many of my brethren who have chosen study and meditation and wandering the world, unlocking its secrets, I still kind of keep one foot in, one foot out, because I still do have unicorns caring and compassion inside of me. But even I hit a point when it was too much. And you know that better than anyone. It had taken too much from me. So I can empathize with Jonas Albrecht. I can empathize with members of the nation who just keep doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result, because once upon a time it did give a different result. It did bring them victory and success and glory. But one solution isn't going to fix every problem. one solution can't be the only way forward. A screwdriver is a useful tool, but it's going to be very clumsy in pulling a nail out of a piece of wood, and is probably going to do more damage than good. But a screwdriver is all they have. It's all they know. It's all they're willing to accept. It's the only tool they needed once.
But why do they refuse to look for a better tool?
They're scared. They're arrogant. It's going to be different for every single individual, what their reasoning is, but in reality, it's hard. And after living lives of hardship and struggle and strife and loss and sacrifice, maybe they just don't have the gas left in the tank. Especially among some of the older ones. And that's coming from an old one.
What? You said you did things different than I did. What did you do?
Well, I didn't shout at my patron, if that's a start. No lie, Aspen, I could hear you from here, but I always keep an eye out on all of you anyway. I told Unicorn how much they meant to me, how grateful I was for everything they had given me. I told them what I learned and how I was going to take that learning with me moving forward. But I also told them I just didn't agree. Plainly put. I was honest, and Unicorn, possibly more than Falcon, respects honesty. Even if that honesty is in disagreement with itself. I told them I loved them. And I wouldn't stop loving them, not being under their patronage. I asked to be released from their service. I didn't demand it. Thankfully, I was lucky. I had a patron who didn't take that as an insult. Not all are that lucky. If someone like Jester would ever go to Gorgon and ask to be released from service, I'm pretty sure Gorgon would give them the what for.
I believe it.
Gorgon is possessive in that way. But so too is Falcon.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it just doesn't feel as satisfying as I expected.
I don't believe you will see the true results of your actions for quite some time. I didn't. It took a while for me to connect with Chimera, for me to feel the same sense of warmth and home that I felt with Unicorn. But one thing that was able to keep me moving forward was conviction. I stood by that belief, and I let that be my satisfaction. I let my curiosity and my desire for change guide me. And eventually, I came to learn that I was not alone, that I had others beside me that felt the same way. And the slightly fiery side of me took some satisfaction in watching them fail, which is probably a terrible thing to say, but realizing when you're right and they were wrong feels pretty good.
It's bittersweet.
It is. But that feeling, that emptiness that you're feeling, it will go away in time. I know that the patrons are likely lining up to take you into their service because you are an incredible guru and an incredible person, Aspen. And even without Falcon's patronage, you are a leader. You were born to be. And you don't need to be a Silver Fang for that to be true. You can be whatever you want to be. You are not limited by your tribe. And for them to try to limit you is for them to handicap themselves in this struggle. You just have to remember what your values are. You have to look ahead and see what path you want to walk, and you have to find a patron that supports that belief.
What if none of them feel like they fit?
Then you go it alone. Because you're not alone. You have an entire sept here who will walk through fire for you. And maybe find a new patron, start a new tribe. Because according to the stories, it didn't start with tribes. It was just Guru in Gaia's service. The tribes came later as they started to multiply and separate, as the patrons awoke and took interest in Gaia's purpose. But I think you'll find one. I think you will find that with every patron comes benefits and drawbacks, expectations. But I could see you becoming a Heart Warden. I could see you becoming perhaps the first Croatan reborn. Because you are a protector. And you take great responsibility over hearth and home. But also, you're a dreamer. And I might know a thing or two about dreams.
So what do I do? Do I just start shopping around like a patron grocery store?
If you want. Or just let your heart guide you to the one or the ones that you think have the same belief as you. Take some time to read about the old patrons, to hear the songs about the old guru heroes and what their tribes accomplished. I don't say this to everyone because I don't believe it to be universally true, but I can say it to you. Follow your heart. It won't lead you wrong. Don't rely upon your head and your brilliant mind, because logistically, a patron like Thunder, you would be a force to be reckoned with their support. And it would be a nice loogie in the eye of Falcon if you went with Thunder. But that's not who you are. You're not spiteful. You're not bitter. You're not dastardly and secretive. You care. Maybe too much sometimes.
Yeah. Still trying to find the balance there.
There's one thing I know about the Shadow Lords. They do care, but they also are quick to cut the cord when they need to.
I wouldn't find too many similarities between myself and Lucas.
Lucas was in many ways a prime example of the Shadow Lords.
What is your patron, Eliza?
She leans forward on the table, pulling your hands closer until she's like just inches away from your face. Become a stargazer and find out.
Enticing.
I will tell you this. The stargazers believe in balance. And what represents balance greater than scales?
Interesting. Okay.
If you really wish to know more, look to the stars. The answers are always there.
Thanks, Eliza.
Always, darling. Stand tall. Keep your head held high. These are dark times indeed. But you can be the shining light in the darkness. With your strength and your wisdom, your compassion, and your desire to do good. Many will believe you should feel shame for what you've done. Many will tell you it was a mistake or a dishonor. But those are the ones who are too cowardly to do it themselves. Those are the ones that are jealous or envious or prideful, arrogant, ignorant. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Because if Gaia didn't in some small part agree with you, you wouldn't be Guru still.
Fair point.
I'm here for you. And if you've ever liked to meet with some of the patrons, I still am on good terms with some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. And I'd be happy to introduce you.
I'd like that. I think I gotta figure out what it all means and who I really want to be.
It's the first step. If you get too hasty and act too impulsively, you'll just find yourself back here again, whether it be weeks, months, or years from now. Change is scary, but it's not bad. All things change. Now,
Back to
we
cutting.
have. Why don't you do the stirring? I'll do the cutting.
Okay, that's fair. That's a good point.
As the two of you stand up from the benches, she gives your hand another squeeze before releasing them and moves over to the cutting board, where after a moment you hear the rhythmic chop, 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 chop of a skilled hand. As you look to the stew and you stir it, you see it in a different light. Stew before might have been viewed as fuel, something to fill your belly, to give you the motivation to go back to work, to completing a task, to leading. But as you're looking at it with these new eyes, it's less utilitarian. It is an effort of caring, a desire to nourish, a mixture of meat and vegetable broth. It's composed of so many aspects of nature, but really what emanates from it most is care and consideration, a desire to help others, to help them be healthy, to help them be strong, to help them thrive rather than just survive. What's going through your mind now after this conversation with Eliza?
The falcon of it all is, there's still a lot to ruminate on with all of that. And yeah, I guess that's just their nature. And maybe this, even though fueled in anger, was probably exactly what she needed to do, because that's not who she is. And she thinks she knows who she is. She's somebody who cares. She's somebody who tries their best, who wants to keep people safe, who loves fiercely and loyally. She cares a lot. but where that fits in the Gaia's patrons, she's not sure, but if it's meant to be, it'll happen, because she believes that things that you want, you should be allowed. And that goes in all directions.
In matters of spirit and soul, in the end, one can only save themselves by deciding what direction they're heading in, by having the strength, the bravery, the desire to stay intact, to make a change, to keep moving forward, no matter what hurdles, struggles await. But sometimes someone needs to be pushed in that direction because they have been led astray or are lost. And conveniently enough, that's what brings us to our next theme. Jester and Isidoro, after doing some research and looking into the riots and everything that has happened, you gained some knowledge about a gathering that is taking place of groups that haven't necessarily participated in the riots or had any involvement. This is groups that are known for protest, are outspoken, are activists, but they prefer peaceful means of activism. A gathering of online communities, as well as some of the more local, physical branches of other organizations. With all of these riots breaking out and with them being attributed to organizations like the No Kings protests, to missions of change, the violence isn't exactly giving them a very good name. If anything, it's making them look like rabble rousers. It's diminishing their message. And so a call was put out to all of the local communities to get together and have a conversation, to decide with one voice that they did not agree with or support these actions, that they were not a part of it. And maybe in some way come up with the tools and methods necessary to put them to a stop, to cease the violence, to return to more peaceful methods. Seems like pretty good pickings for someone who's looking to cause chaos, to stir things up, and to further their agenda. The gathering is happening at a community center, not that far from the downtown area, kind of centrally in the overall greater Tampa region, so that groups from nearby outskirts, maybe even as far as St. Petersburg or Brandon or Ocala, could come together to put all these minds to focus. But as you arrive at the community center, the call was most definitely heard, as you can't find parking in the parking lot itself. In fact, people have parked where parking spaces don't exist. So you've had to find parking on the street, probably about a block away from the actual community center, as the streets are also lined with cars. Your guess, or rough estimate, is you're looking at least 500 people, possibly more, have come together for this meeting. Tactically speaking, 500 people isn't a riot. It's the potential for an army. And so as you exit the vehicle and begin the walk towards the community center, the scene is yours.
So, Izzie, if we come across them, either Ricardo or the other one, do you have any ideas on how to incapacitate them?
Incapacitate. Izzie looks at the rows upon rows of cars, probably a couple of stragglers coming off the sidewalk and towards the main structure. We would have to divide them. We would have to get them off site somewhere a bit more private. Otherwise, we're going to be putting hands on someone, and then everyone in the vicinity will assume we're the aggressor. Still, though, this is your space. You have a better pulse on the gathering here than I do, as much as I'd like to say I'm good with people. If you happen to have any particular points of contact, or at the very least, methods of disentanglement, I would be open to them. I know it's not too uncommon for vanguard parties and other similar political groups to have a couple of, well, I hesitate to use the word rats for respect of Jason, but spies. Maybe we could say this person's a spy if things get iffy, you know, ratting out all the activists. And that might get us the chance to bring them off, but I don't know what else.
I could put him to sleep.
That would be very useful.
But also there is the issue of if he's using these glyphs that you're talking about to rile up the crowd, I might have to do crowd work, unless you can do crowd work.
I've been known to. I have a way with people at times, but I think it's going to depend a lot on who gets to him first and who has to cover for who. Given our specific talents, I think at the very least we can cover for each other.
Yeah. Look over to Larry. Do you know him well?
Ricardo? I mean, as well as I knew most of them. He was new a little bit before my time, before I was actually fully prospected in. And while I would hang out at the bar, even though I was underage and probably shouldn't have been there, but Dad's involvement and everything, I met him a few times. He's seemed like a nice enough guy. Definitely had the chip on his shoulder energy, but you have to have a chip on your shoulder to be a biker. I mean, come on.
Fair. You think he'd be willing to go off and talk to you? It's a way to separate him?
Since the split, I don't know. There's been a lot more hostility. Communication has pretty much been completely cut off. Phone numbers have been blocked, text messages not responded to, and in public, they're usually just outright ignored. Or they ignore us if we see them, and we respond in kind in our own way. So maybe I could try and convince him to go off, but if his goal here is to start trouble, like it seems like there has been at the last ones, it's going to take a lot of effort to detract him from that. And to be honest, he's most likely to put others between himself and us if it comes down to it. If it's anything like the riot that Izzie and Jace were at, he's going to just want to watch the fireworks go off.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking for someone hanging in the background or in the crowd.
Maybe. Could also be that he is in the center of it until things get started and then he moves to the outskirts.
That is a possibility.
Do we know the layout of this building?
No.
Well, once we get inside, let's do a bit of snooping. As wolves do, find the best ways to check the herd, and we'll start making ourselves rather keen on who's who, right?
I'd recommend keeping a low profile, Izzie. He's seen you once already, and he probably knows somebody's looking for him, even if he doesn't know what group they belong to or who they are. So just be mindful. And Jester, you and I will probably be recognized, but I don't think he'd be surprised to see us at an event like this. Maybe that's even part of the intention, is to get our gang into the mix.
Maybe. Might
So-
be a good idea.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say it might be a good idea, yeah, to keep a low profile, and Larry and I can just blend in with everybody else too. What were you going to say?
Oh, me? I was just gonna provide some color commentary, don't you mind me?
Now, in terms of blending in, Larry is still proudly sporting his vest with the Howler's patch on the back. I don't mind if he sees me. That might be some of the incentive for him to come try and persuade me. The young, naive former prospect, maybe he thinks he can recruit me or something, but just be careful. This could get bad very quickly, and with this many people, we might not get lucky like we did on the last one. The likelihood of word getting out is a lot higher here.
Definitely. I may have something I can use in my back pocket if things get overzealous with the crowd.
I'm gonna be relying on you for that.
Yeah. Jester is not wearing her vest. She's actually wearing a t-shirt that does say destroy the patriarchy, not the planet. And a pair of shorts. Her hair, which is now a lot of the black has kind of faded, and you could see like a good amount of it is now the red roots. She has it pulled back into a ponytail. And she looks like she's just an activist going to the rally.
So as you approach the building, the throng of people is thick that are filing into the building using the multiple entry points going in. There's a kind of foyer hallway type situation that seems to lead to like conference rooms. There's a pool outside, an exercise room. It's got all of the makings of a community center, but it also has a large auditorium off to another side, which is a departure from some of the smaller community centers. This is a pretty sizable community center. They were expecting a large crowd, and even still, this might be larger than they had accounted for. But as you enter in, you can see the throngs are divided, or the groups are divided into different organizations. You can see, you know, protesters that are trying to talk about cleaning up the bay. There are other protesters that are talking about, you know, the unhoused and making sure that they get taken care of. There's just so many different organizations here. Even for you, Jester, there are more than you even knew of. Having been an activist in the area for a while now, this is still a surprising number of people. There's a group about deforestation. There's just so many different little pockets, all wearing t-shirts or holding signs or just simply collecting to one group or another. There are tables set up with flyers for the different organizations laid out in front of them. So right away, I'd like both of you to give me a wits and investigation roll.
2 points of order before I make that roll.
Sure.
Well, technically 3-1. What are our collective rages at?
I think going into this scenario, you're both at a 2 right out the gate because you're expecting trouble with Ricardo being there. So yeah, 2 is a good starting point.
Second thing, I would like to activate Brother Scent, as Izzie just sort of scratches at the underside of his neck. And despite the fact that he's not decked out in the same way that Jester is, that aura begins to emanate from him as he just sort of slips into the crowd.
All right. See if there's anything associated with that. So you're going to spend a willpower and there's no pool.
Nope.
Yep. So, okay. You just start to blend in and the crowd just sort of envelops you into it. They don't have any hesitation or anything about bringing you forward or accepting you into the fold, although there's so much distraction happening here that it's not entirely surprising that they would do so.
And then the last thing is Izzie will wiggle his phone with a very keen and sort of cheeky, like, be sure I'm ready for your emergency.
Okay. So go ahead and make your roll for wits and investigation. Jester, what did you get? 2 successes. Okay.
I am as I'm looking around, I'll occasionally wave to anybody I recognize at the activist groups I've been attending.
There are a few who definitely recognize you and respond. Give me a wits and insight, though.
I got a big fat goose egg.
Okay.
Would my intentions specialty apply to the wits and insight?
No, not on this case.
Okay. I got 2 successes.
There are a few double takes. A few people who look at you as if they recognize you, but you don't recognize them. But they just kind of shrug it off and go back about what they're doing. They're not giving a hard stare. It's just kind of like one of those, is that? No, it can't be type situations. As you're both looking around the crowd and the throng that's gathered here, you don't recognize anyone beyond the people that you've mentioned, Jester. You do not see Ricardo or anyone matching Ricardo's description, but you're still out in the foyer, and it seems like a lot of people have started to file into the auditorium itself.
I'm gonna start heading into the auditorium too.
Now, are all of you going separate? Are you guys splitting up, or are you sticking together?
Did you split up with me, or did you go with me?
Izzie is following your lead in this case. I was gonna lean more towards splitting up. That way you cover more ground, because it's supposed to be like so many people, a large enough space, we need to cover that space. But if you want to stick together as a group and do the buddy system, I'm also okay with that.
So I'm going to explain to you the benefits of both. If you stick together, you're able to assist each other on rolls. If you split up, you're both able to roll individually, which does double your chances of getting it. However, the pools could be smaller because of you splitting up. So it's kind of one of those up to you type situations, but if you do split up, you're not going to be easily able to contact each other. Even with text, you might not get a quick enough response or anything to be able to benefit one another.
I think What's your investigation?
1.
Yeah, I think we're going to stick together.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to have Larry split up, and he is going to head off towards the other side of the auditorium and go in through the other set of doors that lead in. Okay. So as you move into the auditorium itself, you can see rows and rows of folding chairs have been set out. It looks like this could potentially double for like a gymnasium, potentially, but it does mostly seem focused on an auditorium or a cafeteria. It could be as well. It's got a stage off to one side with a kind of worn curtain pulled across the stage itself. You can see a little podium has been set up with a microphone and that there's speakers positioned on either end of the stage. There are, like I said, the rows of folding chairs, although those are filling up very quickly. In fact, I'm going to say by the time you arrive, they're full, and that most people are starting to line the walls, standing, trying to take whatever space they can to fill into the area.
I'm actually going to take a space near the back door. I also have a question, but I want us to take up a space like near the door in the back, so that we can like get a view of everybody in front of us, and also keep an eye on this exit and probably scan for any other exits.
Okay, well, that I can give you right away, is that there are 2 back exits, which are the ones that seem to lead into that foyer, hallway, main central space. There are also exits on the other side that could potentially be fire doors leading outside. And behind the stage, you have no idea what exists back there at the moment, if there's any exits. So at this current moment, you are seeing 4 potential exits.
Okay. My other question is, like, since this is kind of a forum, is there a microphone set up like among the chairs, like near the stage, for people to come up and ask questions?
So what I will say is you can actually see that there is a microphone that's attached to the podium, but there's also 2 other microphones that are currently sat upon the stage, where a volunteer is likely going to take it and carry it out to the crowd so that they don't have to like line up or move or anything like that. The microphone will come to them, kind of like they sometimes do at con panels or something like that. They'll have the person with the microphone running around trying to hit everybody who has something to say, rather than the traditional 2 microphone stands that people line up to in the aisles.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're wireless mics.
Then if possible, before Larry leaves, when we're or before he splits up, if I could get him to get near those 2 fire exits, or where he can get good access to them in case Ricardo or the other guy, like, if they start something, they try to make a quick exit from one of them.
Okay, so encouraging him to go closer to the stage and try to find a spot along that area by those exits. Okay, cool.
Right.
So yeah, he will go ahead and do that, even if he does have to shoulder his way through a crowd to get a little bit closer to the stage. He does kind of maneuver his way up, and you can see that with his vest, he is getting a little bit more space than I think a typical person would, being the biker representation. If he does have to like shoulder past somebody, they might turn expecting to be upset about it, but then upon seeing what he represents, keeping their mouth shut and getting out of the way a little bit easier. So as you're in the auditorium, give me a wits and awareness check. One of you can assist the other, or you can both roll separately. I leave it to you.
I will assist, because I assume Jester has a much better investigation, right?
This is awareness.
Awareness, sorry.
What is your awareness?
My awareness is, where is it? 1.
Okay, I have 2 awareness, so.
I shall grant you the die. As the awareness is being rolled, with the mention of like various escape paths, namely with fire escapes and ingresses in and out of this main space, Izzie will probably join Jester in doing the big sweep before turning and looking at the stage, particularly the shrouded backstage area, and just gives a very soft, like, if I were going to make a glyph, it would have to be somewhere out of sight.
Fair. I got 5 successes with a crit.
Okay. As you're looking over the audience itself, you notice that there are individuals, and I do mean multiple, that stand out and seem to be poised or positioned in different corners of the auditorium. And something about their demeanor, their attire, their overall presence gives you a suspicious feeling. And what makes them even more suspicious is that this time of year, they're all wearing either like long sleeve button ups or, hoodies on. And considering it's 83 degrees right now at 11:24 p.m. in Florida, even a Floridian wouldn't consider this cool right now. So, yeah, I would say in all 4 corners of the auditorium, these 4 individuals are just standing, looking over the crowd. They're not bearing any kind of insignias of representation. There's no like print on their shirts that says one organization or another, like most of the people here are representing their various groups. They are just trying to blend in, but because of your multiple successes, they stand out to you. But none of them are Ricardo or match Ricardo's description.
Okay. I will be clocking them. I'm not close enough though to try something, so I'm just gonna currently clock them right now. Just so I'm aware if they start doing anything weird.
Izzie leans a shoulder and you see someone?
I'll point them out to him, the 4 individuals with the long sleeves posted up in corners. It's a little weird.
Jester
Izzie will.
Oh, go ahead.
No, Izzie will make a note of it, smile at Jester. Good job, before he thumbs out his thumb as if he were just, his phone rather, as if he were just checking, social media before sending a loose text to Larry of like, back row closest, back row farthest, just a loose direction of where the people are.
Yeah, you can still spot Larry in the crowd with that really good awareness roll, and you can see he receives the text and starts looking more specifically to those points that are pointed out, and actually starts moving himself closer to the one along the wall near him, closer to the stage. Jester, with that success, give me a wits and insight check again, as you are going to focus primarily on these shifty-eyed individuals who seem to be positioned throughout the auditorium. Maybe the one closest to you specifically.
I have 1 dot in insight. Can I add a die to that?
Can I use my intentions specialty?
Yes, 100%.
Cool.
There were ever a time to use it, this would be it.
Four successes.
There's an anxiety and eagerness coming off of them. They are most definitely waiting for something, whether it be a moment, a signal, a time. They are prepared to go whenever this trigger goes off, whatever it is. But the anxiety is coming from, I would say, possibly a lack of understanding, maybe like an ignorance to the purpose of what they're doing. Like an innocence that is crowded with anxiety.
Like, this is just in my mind an example. It's like they've been told be ready for something to happen, but they're not exactly sure what they're exactly supposed to do.
I would say it's more they know exactly what they're supposed to do. They don't know why.
Okay.
Not to piggyback too hard, but would you say they appear inexperienced in this regard?
Yes.
Like a bit green behind the ears? Okay.
Definitely. In fact, they seem uncomfortable as if this isn't their scene.
I'm gonna start making my way to one of them in the back because we're closer. I'll do the right.
Okay.
As I'm going, I want to activate. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm gonna give it a try. I want to activate animal magnetism.
Okay. Yeah.
Would Jester make it known if she would like Izzie to be direct backup or just sort of at a distance?
Stay here just in case.
Okay. Izzie will assume Overwatch position. However, he will also make a contribution of his own. Now that he knows the individuals, he will activate Sense the True Form.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make the roll for Sense the True Form. The animal magnetism
Has a rage check. It allows me to add glory bonus to social tests versus human subjects.
Great. Okay.
I'll pass my rage check.
I got a 2.
Okay. You don't detect anything human. Basic, there's no smell to them other than the smell of sweat and a cramped auditorium. You can see that the fire exits are actually open because they're trying to let some air in based off of this cramped amount of people. The AC is working in overdrive to try and keep the place cool, and that there are these ceiling fans that are going full tilt right now. But even still, there's this musty, hot air about the area, which humidity does not help. Okay. So Jester, as you approach one of the individuals, they look to be, I'd say, a younger man in this particular case, probably about, you'd guess, not even hitting 20 yet, like 18, 19 years old. Based off of the look of their attire, it looks worn, really tattered. You can see some smudges or some stains on the pants that they're wearing. The hoodie that they're wearing is patched in some places or haphazardly sewn together. They definitely give the vibe of thrift store attire. While they wouldn't stand out, there are certain individuals who love to congregate around populated gatherings, whether it's to try to earn an extra buck or to get a free meal or something like that. That's the vibe you're getting from this particular individual, but they do not look like an activist in any capacity. They've got the wisps of facial hair starting to show, betraying their youth. And as you approach with obvious intention to speak to them, you can see that they are a little bit more taken aback now by it, but they are not retreating, possibly thanks to your animal magnetism.
I'll go kind of lean up the wall next to them, be like, oh, it's hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, really hot.
Yeah, it's insane that you'd be wearing that. Like, I don't even know how you can breathe.
Oh, it's fine. I'm fine.
I'll reach in my bag and pull out. You want some water? It's not even open.
Oh, I just got some from the water fountain out in the hall. I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, cool. So are you here with any particular group? Or just came hearing it on the internet?
There is a long pause. before he says, just saw a bunch of people gathering and was curious what it was about.
Well, there's a lot of activist groups here that they're trying to figure out how to put a stop to the riots that are happening because it's giving a lot of them a bad name.
Oh, yeah, I heard something about that.
Yeah, it really sucks. Like, they're all trying to do good in their own way, and it seems there's a lot of people that aren't part of these groups that are just fucking it up for them, making it really bad. I really hope there's nobody here like that today that would do that.
Do you think there might be? He starts looking like around the area, trying to assess the people close by.
I'd like to roll insight.
Sure.
I want to see if like he had other reaction or if he's genuinely concerned that there might be somebody here like that.
Yeah.
2 successes.
He actually does genuinely seem concerned that there might be someone, that this is about to break out into something bad.
I hope not. Like, that's just a little worry of mine because I've been hearing that even some of the protests that were supposed to be peaceful have ended up in riots. So,
Oh, wow.
Bad actors just ruin it for like everybody sometimes.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Guess I'm glad I'm near the door.
Yeah.
Hopefully nothing bad happens.
Yeah. It's true. I mean, it's good to see, just drawing in other people. Maybe, you'll find a cause or two that you can get behind.
I saw all those tables out there. It seems like there's a lot of struggles that they're trying to work on. Maybe too many, to be honest. I mean, how do you get anything done if everybody else has a different thing that they're fighting for?
Well, I think the whole thing is everybody has a thing they're fighting for, but maybe, maybe this will be a way for all of them to connect and find a way to aid each other. Say if one group has a very pressing thing at this moment, the other groups can help them with that thing, and then they can pay it forward.
Guess that makes sense.
Really, honestly, the people at the top, the people that don't want these groups to succeed, don't want to make the world better, and just live off greed and stuff, really thrive on us fighting each other instead of coming together. So maybe if we come together and build a good support system, actual change can happen.
Really good at this. Should you be up on the stage talking?
Not right now, no. That's somebody else has organized this.
Oh, well, color me convinced.
I'm just here to listen and support.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what they have to say.
Oh, great. I'm Allison, by the way.
Oh, David.
Nice to meet you, David.
Nice to meet you too, Allison. Wasn't really expecting to talk to anyone. Sorry, I'm surprised anybody came up that didn't want to just hand me a flyer and shuffle me along or anything like that.
Oh, no worries. Mind if I stick around here for a moment?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. Let me know if you want that water, though.
Okay. So as you kind of post up next to David, you finally see someone, actually a small group of people, take the stage, and they welcome everyone to the gathering and talk about how grateful they are that so many people showed up. And then they start talking about these events that have happened as of late, property damage. They start giving out some estimates and figures as to, what's been happening. They start talking about businesses that have been affected by these events and how it's a problem and how it needs to be stopped, and they start talking about safe methods of, diverting situations, of peacefully resolving issues, of helping people essentially calm down to get them to be, a little bit more peaceful in their attempts, and like how they are making plans to try and get people to attend more of these protests to stop these things from happening. And as all of this is happening, I'd like both of you, or either of you, to make me another wits and awareness. However, and this is very important, it is going to be at a -1 because the talking coming through the speakers would overshadow whatever you are trying to find, or whatever it is I'm trying to get you to see or find.
2.
Okay.
On 2 dice. Both raged.
I also got 2.
Maybe it's something about being what you are. Even if you don't have the gifts that make your senses sharper, you do have better senses as Guru. You're able to pick up on details, mostly because you know they exist, but also a part of it being the wolf inside. And something, despite this voice talking over the loudspeaker, but despite the side conversations that are happening or the murmurs of people talking, draws your attention. And it draws it more specifically towards the stage. Because from behind the curtain, despite being muffled, you start to hear a thump, 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 thump of like a starting beat. It's very low when you detect it, but you can feel like it's getting louder and louder as it goes. You start to hear some more of that conversation in the crowd get louder, as if people are getting a little bit more talkative and agitated as they're talking about peaceful resolutions and how they have to stop this. You might hear someone say, well, they're the only ones doing anything about it. I'd like both of you to make me a composure and resolve check.
That's grit for 5.
Okay.
I have 4 successes.
Okay, so even though both of you start to feel the fire burn a little bit brighter in both of you, you are able to keep it tamped down. You're able to keep your rage at a 2, but you feel like it's tickling its way up towards a 3 in this moment.
I'm gonna start trying to move through the crowd to get closer to the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just so I have like the mental picture of this auditorium, Jester went towards one of the back people, right? Or
Yes.
was it towards the front? Okay.
Towards the back.
So Izzie's technically the closest one to the stage at this point?
Yeah, but not very,
Okay.
like not too much further. I'd say you're maybe 15 feet away from Jester. She didn't have to go very far to approach this individual.
Okay. Yeah, the second he feels that pulse, he'll look and probably make eye contact with Jester as he just gives a head nod.
I will
let's
nod.
go.
I'll nod to the back of the stage. I'm heading towards like the front of the stage, but pretty much I'm indicating like I need you to get backstage and stop that.
Yeah.
As I am going though, I am going to start the Rite of Tranquility by singing.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll for that right.
All right. I will be singing The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel.
As Jester belts out, I don't know exactly how dense this stage's venue is. Like, is it a stage where there's only like staircase directly connecting to the actual stage part? Is there like a side door where it goes to backstage specifically? Like,
so I would say out those fire exits, you can probably get to some doors that lead into the backstage area, but there are also staircases on either side that will lead to the curtain.
okay. Does it look like the fire exits would trigger if I were to go
No,
out?
they're open to let the air in.
Okay. In that case, Izzie will do the long way around because he does not want to cause a scene. Even with Brothers sent, that would be, I feel, a bit too...
That would stand out.
Yeah.
Definitely stand out. So, because the crowd is so thick, probably breaking fire codes by the amount of people who are shoved in here, I need you to describe to me how you are trying to approach, and I will give you the role associated with that attempt, because you do have to move through the crowd. So you could potentially try and slip your way through with dexterity. You could just try and muscle your way through with strength. There are several possibilities here, but you do have an obstacle blocking you from achieving this goal. It's not going to just happen.
As much as Izzie would feel probably in his element to just football rush through a bunch of people, he also does not want to cause a scene by knocking over however many random passerbys. So he is going to put on that unicorn flair of like, hey, just trying to get through. Sorry, it's an emergency. Please. Sorry, make way. Just trying to mesh the crowd as best he can to like, can you please let me through?
Sure. Okay. I'm going to have you give me a dexterity and persuasion roll. Jester, what's your intention? You are singing the song. How many successes did you get?
I spent a willpower and I got 8 successes with a crit.
Okay. The growing murmur immediately starts to subsist.
I got a crit as well, although it wasn't a double crit, sadly, but it was a total for 6 successes.
Okay. So you also have very little issue. You are excusing your way through. Maybe it's part of Jester's singing that has made people a little bit more rational and reasonable and realize that you have an intention to move past, maybe to go get a microphone and talk. So they are just stepping out of the way, allowing you through. Jester, how about your approach? Because you're moving towards the stage as well, or are you focusing on the crowd?
I'm moving towards the stage, but I am focusing on the crowd. I'm actually going to grab a microphone.
Okay. So you have two choices. You can kind of push your way through, or you can try and slink your way through. You are singing, so you won't be able to use the persuasion roll like Izzie is. So you can't talk to them and say, excuse me, or anything like that.
Right. I'm more slinking and trying to like use the singing like to get their attention as I'm trying to get through.
Okay. Give me a dexterity and athletics. However, or let's make it dexterity and athletics. You don't mind being seen. So I will give you a +1 die because the singing would draw people's attention to you to be like, oh, this singing lady is moving forward. Okay.
2 successes.
Okay. You are having a little bit of a harder time maneuvering. Even though you are singing, maybe you're distracted by the crowd. Maybe some people aren't as eager to move for you. But Izzie, you do make it to the side door, one of the side doors heading out. And you actually do see there are some people gathered outside as well that are just watching from the outside, maybe because they hated the stink of the auditorium or the heat of the building. But they are still watching as well. As you duck out the door, you can see that there is another door a little bit further down the building, which is likely leading to the backstage area.
He's busting through that.
Okay.
Is there enough time as Izzie goes from like high density to still like medium density for him to send a text to at least Larry, I don't know if he's in the loop of what's happening, but he will just send backstage.
Okay. Yeah, you don't get a response, but the text is sent. So you can approach that door. As you approach the backstage door, you go to open it, and it's locked.
Okay. Given the risk at hand, Izzie will weigh things in his mind and decide that stopping any would-be rage outs takes precedent to the property's lock, and he will shift into Glabro. He has fair Glabro, so it's not going to be too out of the ordinary, especially if people don't recognize him. He's just going to be, oh, he's like a slightly hairy guy.
Yeah.
I will make the rage check. I lose rage.
Okay, that takes you down to 1.
But in Glabro, with the added strength and all that, he will attempt to just rank that door open.
Okay. Nobody seems to notice you as you make the transition, as you shift. They seem to be primarily focused on what's happening in the auditorium. But go ahead and make the strength and athletics to try and wrench the door open now with your extra strength to back you up.
A crit for 4. 7.
One direct pull, one direct jerk, and you hear the snap of the door lock that was holding it closed, and you pull the door open. It is dark backstage. There is a small staircase that seems to be leading up to the stage level itself, and it looks like there is a black painted wall that you have to kind of move your way around to get to the backstage area, but it is not a deterrent. As you mount the steps to the stage level and move your way around, you can see a young man in his 20s, shaved head, chin strap beard, wearing I would just say a ratty t-shirt and shorts, not wearing his biker's vest or anything like that, although it does look like he has the right footwear on and fingerless gloves on for riding a motorcycle. And you even do see a helmet is nearby that he is reaching down to grab. You can see in one hand he's holding what looks to be like a hide covered drum with a little like mallet, I guess, for hitting the drum. But as he sees you, he howls. Jester, you are still in the auditorium, making your way very close to the stage at this point. You were a little bit behind Izzie, who was able to just snake his way through and out despite his massive size. You hear the howl break out. As you were paying attention to the crowd, as you knew where those 4 individuals were, you see them start to shed their top layers. And as they do, on the shirt underneath is the glyph of rage painted onto the shirt. I need you to make me a composure and resolve check once again. However, it is going to be at a -4 due to the number of t-shirts there are still in the auditorium.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. Well, thankfully enough, that will only rise your rage to a 3 instead of what it could have been. The crowd, however, goes ballistic. They start shouting and screaming, jumping to their feet, shaking their fists, You can see that the people on the stage immediately were taken aback, but then as the rage hits them, start to shout back at the crowd, not even attempting to try and settle the outpouring of anger and frustration as everything starts to ramp up pretty dramatically, pretty quickly. What would you like to do?
Can I see Larry?
You can see that he was just getting to the staircase, preparing to go up onto the stage.
How is he looking?
He's excited for this. He is eager to get back there.
Shit. Fuck it. I'll spend a willpower.
Okay.
Hate this. And activate Mind Speak
Okay.
to Larry. Since I'm looking right at him, do I need to make a roll?
No.
Okay. Larry, I know you're really like wanting to get into this, and they're being fueled by those men in the t-shirts. I need you to not hurt them, but either get them out of the door or get those t-shirts off of them.
Give me a charisma, and I think in this particular case, I'm going to say leadership.
Cool. Straight charisma, baby. Two successes.
Okay. He stops, his hand on the railing of the stairs, looking up at the curtain, but then turning around and looking at you. He nods and then leaps towards the person closest to the stage, just tackling them out the fire exit door, knocking several people aside as he does so.
That was not what I wanted, but I will check on him in a minute. I am trying to get to the stage.
You said get the shirt off them and get them out of the auditorium. He's doing that in his way.
I specified don't hurt him, but that's fine.
Well, maybe you missed that part.
I am trying to get to the stage.
All right. Well, at this point, you've reached the stage.
Okay, I'm grabbing one of these microphones.
Okay.
And in the loudest voice I can, just like, hey, you in the four corners with the t-shirts. I don't know what you were paid or whatever, but I will double it if you take your t-shirts off right now and destroy them.
Okay. Well, I will say, before you can do that, I'm going to need a strength and athletics or brawl check as someone else grabs the microphone at the same time and is trying to wrestle it away from you.
Okay.
That's my microphone.
Can I do stare down instead?
Absolutely.
I made my rage check. Does animal magnetism, well, actually, are you human?
They are human.
No roll needed.
Okay.
I will stare them down and take the microphone.
They just immediately release the microphone. Go ahead and give me I'm going to say manipulation and intimidation on this particular case to the guys in the t-shirts, because depending on how much they were paid or whatever the case may be, that's going to provide some resistance from being persuaded not to.
Do they count as human?
They do count as humans.
Good. I can add my animal magnetism roll for that.
Yes, you can. Okay, meanwhile, backstage, Izzie, Ricardo is rushing towards the other stage door. He is not standing his ground and fighting. He has done what he's set here to do. or what he intended to do here. He is rushing towards the other staircase to get out the door on the other side of the stage. What would you like to do?
I am going to pounce on his ass.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength and brawl as you are going to leap forward to try and grab him before he can make it out of the building.
Would grappling apply?
100%.
Boom. That is a crit for 8.
For 8 successes. Okay. Not only do you cross the entire length of the stage in one solid leap, you manage to wrap both arms around him, restraining him, causing the drum to go dropping to the floor as well. I'm going to say he holds on to his motorcycle helmet. He is going to now bring the motorcycle helmet up over his head to smack you across the side of the head with the helmet. What would you like to do?
This is a reflexive action, right?
Yes.
He is going to try and re-angle himself, because the first grapple was just to, I am now touching you. The second grapple is going to be, I'm going to put you to the floor.
You can make another attack. So
Yeah.
it's just opposing attack checks. So go ahead and make me another strength and brawl.
Okay.
I will give you a +1 die, however, because you do have him grapple. Jester, what did you get on your intimidation?
6 successes.
Okay. The 3 remaining individuals seem to hesitate at your words before they start. They immediately actually strip off the t-shirts, dropping them to the ground and running. But the glyphs are still solid and active and still there, so the crowd is still freaking out. They, however, are leaving.
Okay.
For my check, I got 2 successes, I burned a willpower, and I now have 2 successes.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. Jester.
And because they're in the room, even though they may not be seen by people, they're still active.
The wards, they are still seen. Like, they just threw the t-shirts down, but the wards are still on the outside.
Ah, God.
Or the glyphs, I should say, not wards.
How far am I from the closest one?
You are right next to it, honestly. If you got to the stage, it's right by the emergency door there. The 2 in the back will be the hardest to get to.
All right. Well, then, taking the microphone with me, I'm going to go over there and rip this one.
Okay. I'm not even going to make you make a check for it. I think you have enough strength to be able to rip a t-shirt. So as you rip the first t-shirt, the overall vibe lessens, but is far from gone.
Right.
What I need you to do is make me a dexterity and athletics or strength and brawl, as people are now attempting to fight you, or attempting to swing on you and push into you, and like it's becoming essentially a mosh pit here, but with less joy.
Cool. I just dropped a die, but it's fine. Can I use strength and brawl? I don't want to hit them, but I'm more like trying to block their attacks as I push my way through.
Yeah, I
Because
think
I'm trying to push my way through the back. Also, well, I still have mind speak up, right?
Yeah.
I'm not completely distracted. Checking on Larry too. Like, are you hurt? Don't hurt him.
What you get back is, yeah, fucker, you like that? You like that? You like that?
Larry, where's your sense of control?
Give me another charisma and leadership roll to try and get him to stop.
Okay. I'll start with the brawl, and then I'll get into the leadership. You could move to Izzie real quick.
Okay, Izzie, as you roll 2 successes, you see stars momentarily as the motorcycle helmet smacks against the side of your head to the tune of 2 superficial damage. It is also going to break the grapple.
Okay.
He is, now that he is free, going to continue to try to move towards the stairs. What would you like to do?
Izzie will attempt to initiate the grapple again. And in a attempt not to be predictable, he is going to go for like the leg sweep. He's just going to try to like tangle the bottom rather than going for the torso.
Okay. Yeah, give me the strength and brawl. I am going to say, no, you can just go for the full pool.
Okay.
It's more flavor text of how you're grappling him rather than a called shot.
Yeah. I'm going to burn a willpower.
Okay.
I'm at max superficial.
All right, so that means your social rolls from here on out will be at a -2, I believe.
That is 5.
5. Okay. You are able to prevent him from escaping, but I will say he is not grappled. You've more kind of muscled your way, maybe shoved him off to the side to block his escape. But he is not held up, so you won't get any bonuses on the next action. But what would you like to do after that? No damage is exchanged either. He's just kind of muscled aside.
With the bruised, fully expended willpower, his social skills kind of down the gutter, Izzie will stare, his eyes definitely more that wolfish sheen in Glabro as he looks up in the darkness of the backstage at Ricardo and goes, "Hey man, been looking for you."
Okay. Give me a manipulation and intimidation -2. Jester, what did you get?
I got 4 successes on my strength and brawl.
Okay.
To try to push my way through and kind of block any punches that are coming my way. I got 3 successes on the leadership.
Okay. So with the strength and brawl, you are able to deflect, push past, get through the crowd moving towards the back corner where the next nearest t-shirt is. With your command, you hear a annoyed grumble from Larry, but an eventual acceptance as you see him re-emerge in the fire escape door. You can see that there is blood on his t-shirt and that he is still very much fired up in this moment, but he has stopped assaulting the poor person outside.
Okay. Can I rip the second shirt?
Yeah, I'll say you can rip the second shirt. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the next round I'm going to be making my way to the last shirt.
Did you want to direct Larry also to the last shirt?
How far is, or which one of us is closer?
Equal distance.
Equal distance, but he's closer to the stage, right?
He's closer to the stage, yes.
I'm actually gonna tell him, get backstage, help Izzie if he needs it.
Okay, keeping your leadership role, you see him actually get excited at this prospect, since this is what he wanted from the very beginning, and go charging up the stairs and through the curtain. Okay. Izzie.
So on that intimidation, 4 dice were taken down to 2, and on those 2 dice, I had 1 success.
Okay. He does not seem bothered by you. He instead also starts to grow as he finally leaves his Hamid form, going into Glabro as well. And he says, "You picked the wrong person to mess with, SA.
Let's go.
Okay, go ahead and make your strength and brawl.
Oh, I forgot to mark my rage up because I took damage, right?
Yes, you did take damage, so your rage does go up. Yes.
Now that Ricardo is staying and fighting, I will keep myself honest and say grappling probably isn't going to be too applicable here. He's just going to go in for like punches and kicks.
Okay.
We're
Great.
slugging it out.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Jester, during the same thing, I need you to make, again, strength and brawl or dexterity and athletics to make your way over to the other t-shirt, as there is a fight breaking out, for sure, at this point.
All right.
That's going to be 5 for me.
Okay.
Well, hey, I got 6 with a crit.
Okay. You're able to get to the last t-shirt and tear it. And as you do, you start to see the crowd die down. The kind of rage in the crowd die down. It's going to take a little bit of time, and maybe there's something you could do to encourage it if you so wished. But right now, you know you have broken the effect. But since tensions are still high and fighting has already begun, now it's kind of a natural rage that some people are still feeling, while as others are starting to come out of it a little bit confused or distracted. So think about what you want to do while I resolve what happens with Izzie. Izzie, you start throwing punches at Ricardo, but you see that he is sweeping aside your punches pretty skillfully as he does so. But you start backing him up towards further on the stage. At this point, the curtain rips open as Larry says, "Surprise, motherfucker!" and jumps on him from behind and starts wrapping his arms around him.
Izzie just in a mid-punch goes, "Get him! Get him!"
Your next attack is with a 2-dice bonus as he is grappled from behind by Larry.
Shall I make that now?
Yes. Jester, what would you like to do out front stage?
Are there still any standing chairs or anything?
Oh yeah, there's tons of chairs. Some have been knocked over, others have been thrown.
No, I'm looking for one that is still like in an upright position.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's plenty.
All right, I'm going to get on that chair, and I will start singing again with the Rite of Tranquility.
You do still have the microphone. You don't necessarily need the chair, but if you're trying to draw attention to you with the animal magnetism and stuff, that makes sense.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, then go ahead and make the roll again and spend the cost.
All right, let me make my rage check. I actually failed my rage check, thank God. Finally went down. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I didn't use it last time because I was also trying to keep like things calm with Izzie and Larry, but since they're in the back, can I use animal magnetism on this right? Or is it just going to get their attention?
I'm going to say what it's going to do is lower the difficulty because it will draw their attention to you. It's going to be harder for people to ignore with the animal magnetism, but I'm going to say it doesn't add any bonus dice.
Cool.
Backstage, Izzie.
So I initially got 4, but then I burned a willpower aggravated at this point to turn that into 6 successes.
Okay. So at this point, you get a straight shot to the face of Ricardo. You can hear a kind of I'll say a wet cracking as you strike him in the nose and blood just gouts out of his nose. But he is still standing and he is still struggling. See how he does against Larry. Okay. At this point, he breaks free of the grapple from Larry and turns to start moving towards the door you came in, as you have blocked the door he was going towards. So you need to make another attack for me, but you will not get the bonus. You'll get a bonus 1 dice because Larry is also giving chase still. Jester. Oh, what? Yeah.
Just a clarification. Given that he's no longer in fisticuffs mode, Izzie will resume grappling attempts.
Cool. So you get the grappling specialty. Yep. Jester.
I got 5 successes, and I spent a willpower.
5 successes. Okay. You have succeeded. The crowd is coming out of their stupor. The fighting is dying down and stopping. There is a lot of confusion, and some people have just straight up left out of the confusion, but those that are staying, especially the volunteers near the stage, are starting to grab some first aid kits and starting to tend to some of those that got hurt in the fighting. They're becoming aware of everything. Most likely, somebody has called the cops. And you probably have a limited amount of time before the cops arrive to resolve anything you want to resolve here.
I am making my way back to the stage.
I'm going to say you have 5 rounds to resolve and get out of here before cops arrive and start sealing the place up and questioning people and causing a whole to-do. All the t-shirts have been destroyed. Larry's has been destroyed in a more non-traditional manner, but destroyed nonetheless. Okay. So you start making your way to the stage. In this case, I need a dexterity and athletics because the crowds are still thick. It's not a strength thing because you're not fighting unless you want to punch some people on the way up there.
No.
Izzie.
I got 6.
Okay. So once again, leaping onto the guy, you manage to tangle him up in your arms, and this time you wrench his arm a little bit more so that he kind of lets out a grit of pain. Larry, meanwhile, circles around front with the same kind of like eager, almost feral expression and starts rabbit punching the guy's stomach over and over and over again with rapid fists, causing the guy to oof pretty dramatically. Jester.
I got 4 successes? No, 3 successes. Sorry.
3 successes. Okay. You are making your way up to the stage. I will need one more round of this to get to the stage before you can do it, so you can roll it again. Your egress again is slow. Your approach is slow. Izzie. You have him grappled, and Larry is in front of him just going to town with the rabbit punches.
I think with the grapple seeming to stick this time, Izzie will attempt to go in for the like sleeper chokehold maneuver for that last like grapple moment. Like, come on, we need to get you out of here. Come on. Stop.
Right.
Tap out.
Then give me the strength and grapple, and you get the +2 from Larry's assistance and from having him grappled already.
Eight.
Okay. You have him well subdued. You are getting him down into the pin basically at this point. He's not completely out, but he is starting to drop down to his knees until he starts to grow even more and goes into Krynos form. You can make your strength and brawl again, but this one is going to be at a flat roll, no bonuses, because of the fact that he is growing large enough, it is hard to hold on to him to keep the grapple in.
When you say no bonuses, that includes the grappling speciality?
Oh, that you can take.
Okay.
Or No, I'm going to say no grappling specialty in this case either, because you'd have to be in Krynos form to get a full like grab on this guy.
Fair enough.
Jester, what'd you get on your roll?
2 successes.
Okay. I will say that's enough to get to the stage at this point. You burst through the curtain just in time to see Izzie and Larry. Larry still going to town with those rabbit punches. Izzie starting to lose his grapple as this figure grows and gets hairy, and their clothes start to rip open.
I can't take an action this round, right?
You can take an action this round because that was with his last attack. Was your second move.
Go ahead, Izzie, and then I'll talk about my action.
Okay. As Izzie feels like, oh, this is the moment he's going to do one last squeeze, the shoulders start ripping, he feels himself rise up a bit, and the maneuver is stunted. He can't quite get what he wanted in. He got a crit for 4. All the others were like 3s and 2s. So
okay.
And I rolled a willpower, so I'm at 2 aggravated to try and get some more, but it was just...
As you attempt to, even with the crit, hold on, he reaches back with large clawed hands and brings you over, throwing you into Larry. Because you got a crit, you were able to cushion the blow enough that you won't take any damage, but you are definitely not grappled at this point, and he is fully free. Jester, what would you like to do?
I would like to spend 1 willpower and use Lullaby on the Krynos.
Okay.
You can read it. It does not say anything about them being in combat or anything unless they're like already asleep. It wakes them up, kind of.
Right.
If I don't get, yeah.
If left, so here's the situation. He is in Krynos. He is actively awake and aware, so I'm going to say that the difficulty is just going to be a little bit higher, not too much higher. And don't forget, as a supernatural, he can spend a willpower to ignore the effect.
Right, but if he drops in, he's going to drop out of Krynos.
Right. So go ahead and make the roll. He is not frenzied, so he does not get to negate mental effects.
Okay, so I spent a willpower, so I am now impaired. Yay. But I got a crit, 4 successes. No, I'm sorry, 5 successes. Yeah.
Okay. Just as he's snarling and ready to lurch forward to both Larry and Izzie, he drops to a knee and then flops to his face on the ground, falling asleep. A crit meaning that he is asleep. Cannot be disturbed by sounds, only direct damage being done to him. He shifts back into his Hamid form and is now just laid out completely naked on the ground, as he did not have dedicated clothes. He just had clothes. You can see that he's got tattoos all over his form. He's got that back tattoo that the Raiders have, showing the insignia of the gang. But he is sound asleep on the ground. To summarize, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll look to Larry and Izzie. We should grab him and get out. The cops are gonna come soon. The crowd is no longer rioting. We need to go.
You don't have to tell me twice. Come on. And with that, he'll look around. We're backstage. I assume there are loose things of cloth one might obscure a body with.
There's extra curtains and extra like drop cloths and everything like that. Easy enough. You wrap him up. Izzie, you throw him over your shoulder. I won't even make you roll for it. It's easy enough. He's just a little human now. And you guys book it out of the auditorium. You had rounds to spare, so you make it with no problem back to Regina, which I'm going to assume is the car you took to get here. Yes.
As we're all like going out the downward stairs out into the the curve of the building, rejoining the crowds as we make our way to the car. Izzie makes a mental note as he sort of... How much do you think a curtain and a broken lock would cost at the local store?
We'll send a donation. More than cover it.
Okay.
So as you return to the vehicle with an unconscious Ricardo in tow, you have prevented this from being much, much worse. But you've also seen just how creative they can get and how they enact these rites and the effect that it seems to have on the people around them. Who Ricardo is as a person, what his intentions are, why he's willing to do this. These are answers that you won't have tonight because he is going to be sleeping for a good long while. But you may be able to find out those answers next time. And if he is just a lost, newly changed guru looking for a path, maybe you can save his soul. We now transition to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Jason, ever since you've come to know about this strange situation that Charles's spirit has found itself in, that it's been rended, quite literally. When you're in the cairn, you can't help but see these little wisps on your elbow, on the pell, near the fallen form of Charles. It's slightly distracting as you approach that form and you find Brother Varga is knelt down beside it. He has unwrapped the body of Charles, and while it looks whole, it looks empty at the same time. Because it's missing what makes Charles Charles. It's missing the life. It is just an empty shell. And you can see that Varga is enacting some sort of rite that seems to be preserving the body still as best as possible. But as the rite concludes, he folds the cloth back over the body and then looks up to you and gives a very respectful and polite, almost half bow as he gets back to his feet. Good evening.
Hey, I don't think we've actually been like properly introduced. I'm Jason. I didn't want to interrupt whatever you were needing to do, so sorry if I happened to encroach on what was going on.
Jason Thorne, yes?
That's what people call me, among other things, but we don't need to get into that.
I am Brother Tomas Varga, but Tomas is fine, or Brother Varga, whatever you prefer. And he holds out a hand to you.
He'll hesitantly reach forward and then shake his hand.
He's got-
Faithful person?
Aren't we all?
Oh, I hear brother and then I automatically think of like Friar Tuck, so
You're not far off. I was part of a monastic order before the change.
so you like taking money from gullible people. Got it.
No. There were no donations. It was a self-sustaining organization. But why do you say that?
I don't like people who try to manipulate people's overall thoughts on how the world is and try to make a profit from it.
Well, there are many organizations that feel that way. I can assure you I was part of no such organization.
Good. Then he'll finish reaching forward and complete the handshake.
He's got very nimble, almost bony fingers as you squeeze his hand, but his grip maintains, matching the gauntness of his overall physique. What can I do for you, Jason Thorne?
Answers. I've come to a area that I lack expertise, and I'm hoping that you might have.
Very well. How can I assist?
He'll walk closer, releasing his hand towards Charles's body, and point. Charles Albrecht has not passed on to whatever lies beyond. There's remnants, pieces of him that are scattered. And he'll point to his lapel, and then he'll point towards the post over in the arena. There's these pieces of him. And I don't know how it happened. And that part I can figure out later. But he has attached himself and somehow to people, places, and things that had meaning to him. And because he hasn't moved on yet, if I can get these pieces, get them back to being whole, it might help him move on.
I see. Normally, in a situation such as this, the spirit would not be as affected. The items would have a significance to the spirit, essentially anchoring it to the world of the living. But what you speak of is not the same. It is very different. His spirit was seemingly rended, torn apart. The worm doesn't just seek the decay and destruction of the world as we know it, the world we were born into, but of the spiritual world as well. The complete cleansing sweep of all existence, a reset in their mind. With one as powerful as Zizek, the messiah of the worm, it would not surprise me that in her efforts, she was able to destroy the spirit as well. Especially a spirit in such a fragile shape as Charles's was, having been removed from Falcon's protection. At first, and most importantly, I would like to express my condolences on this matter. While Charles was important to us of the Protectorate, I know that he was even more important here at the time of his passing. And I did not support any efforts to have him removed from the Silver Fangs. And I would like to see him restored as much as possible, so I can and will help you.
I just want him at peace, and he can't have that in the state that he's at.
On this we are agreed. There is a way to collect spirits, a way to contain them. Normally it is done at the time of death, as the spirit attempts to leave the body. It can be stopped or contained. But in this particular instance, I believe a little extra effort will be required in order to collect these pieces. He reaches into almost like a belt pouch he has attached to his side and fishes out several small rings but those rings have the same webbing of a dream catcher on the inside of them. Charles was and is a very complicated man with a very complicated history. I fear this task will not be as simple as remaining here. For in order to fully restore him, you will need to find every piece that is out there in the world. Therefore, I do not believe you can do this alone either.
Charles traveled a lot. Like it wasn't just here. It wasn't just Vermont. He was all over the place.
These pieces could be attached to people, places, even objects, because of the significance they held. He holds out the rings to you and places them in your hand. Distribute one of these vessels to each member of your pack. They will be able to collect the pieces of Charles's spirit, but those pieces will have to be coerced. You will have to convince them to let go of whatever it is that is keeping them attached to that object, that person, or that place. Because they are so varied and torn apart, it is likely that each piece will represent a part of who Charles was when he was alive. Therefore, one approach will not work universally in this matter. Each one may require its own way of coercing.
Just like dealing with any other spirit, it's not all the same with each one.
Yes, but all of these are Charles. They are just different parts of Charles and may not represent themselves as the Charles you knew.
Understood.
Now, your ability to see these wisps is extraordinary. There are only a few of us who can openly see the dead. And I have a feeling it has something to do with this place and Charles's connection to it, as it has been explained to me.
How much has been explained?
To be honest, vague, sweeping terms. The specifics I'm very interested to learn, as what happens here is somehow in harmony with, but also in defiance of death.
Tell you what, you hang out here long enough, make sure you're not too shifty, then maybe I can teach you some of the secrets, but some things are best left under the rock and not shown to everyone.
Miss Weiss, Jester Silvertongue, they are the reason we are still alive. I owe them my debt and my service. I can assure you I have no, as you put it, shifty intentions here. I only seek to serve and to combat the coming darkness.
Look forward to seeing that. I've heard a lot of fancy words from people before, though. I like seeing actual results.
I understand your skepticism. I come from a place that viewed this place very poorly. But I have always been a scholar and an optimist, believe it or not. And all who fight for Gaia are brethren to me.
It's good to hear.
As I said, your ability to see such things is remarkable. It would be a surprise if there was even one more among you that is capable of seeing it outside of this place. So, he fishes out a really small, kind of squat glass jar. He passes the jar to you, and as you look in it, it is a black, almost crumbled, viscous paste. If one were to spread this upon their eyes, they would be able to see for a short while until it is removed. This is made of the ashes of a great ghost council passed on a long time ago. It cannot be replicated or replaced. So use it sparingly. You may even need to use it for yourself if your sight isn't as strong outside of here. And I would encourage you to give it to the others as well if they do not have the sight.
He'll reach forward and grab the little jar, look at it, kind of dipping and maneuvering the little black ooze with inside. Thank you. I'll distribute it out how whoever's gonna need it, which the way you describe it, I'm gonna need as many people on this as I can get.
There is one more caution I would give you. Death refuses to be denied. The longer these pieces exist out in the world, the longer the collector will come to retrieve them and bring them back to where they belong, supposedly. So you must act with haste. And it is quite possible some of those pieces have already been taken to the river. And if that is the case, you must go to the Shadowlands to retrieve them.
Goody. Have you
Reassembling a
traversed?
spirit is no easy task.
Well, I wouldn't think it would be. Have you traversed the Shadowlands a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot, but I have been there before. It is bad manners to go where you are not invited.
I'm always told not to go there. Like, even if invited, probably shouldn't even go anyways.
Finding the way on its own is difficult enough. Some of us have a direct tie to the Shadowlands and therefore can go there directly, whereas others would have to find the way. Those with the sight, as I spoke of, they can go directly to the Shadowlands. But they are rare.
All right, just to make sure I got this understood. This piece of Charles is going to be places that he had attachments to or people. Each one is going to interact differently depending on what it's attached to
And what it represents.
and what it represents. And the people who can't see can pull out the jargon, can use this, put it onto their eyes. They'll be able to see and try and convince it, and you'll pull out the little dream catcher. to this.
Yes. Now,
Once
one
we-
of those can collect multiple pieces.
Okay. These pieces, should we bring them back here immediately? Should they be stored in something else? I don't want this to get ruined.
They will remain in there until they are brought back here. I have forged the ring of iron, which contains spiritual objects from escaping. So once they are coerced in, they will not be able to be released until there is intention to do so by the one who holds it.
Okay. And once we have all the pieces, then what?
Then it must be reassembled through memories, through caring. But all of the pieces must come together. For once you have reassembled them, anything that is missing will be missing from his spirit. Whether it's his compassion, his love, his strength, his wisdom. This is why they must all be brought together, or else he is incomplete.
No, we'll get him back to where he was at.
I believe you.
He's done a lot for a lot of the people here.
Perhaps we should start now.
Yeah.
The piece that is attached to you. Speak to it as if it were Charles himself. But think, what would it represent?
You'll look at the lapel and see the blowing wisp. You'll grab the iron ring dreamcatcher. I told you not to go. I told you something would happen. You're just a stubborn son of a bitch. But I wouldn't expect anything less from you. And of course, you went out this way. I do need you to come back. The guru that was brought here by a rat, but trained by a Silverfang in the way of firearms and in combat, was done by your hand. And you said that we have more training that needs to be done. And that can't really be done until you're whole again. So we're going to start off with this piece. So you should be a good little listener and just go into this little dream catcher here. That way we can actually get started on this, so we can continue what we once had.
The wisp floats there, as if in the breeze for a few moments, before you hear, "Show me that you listened, and maybe I will."
You'll look towards Varga. Is it possible for them to still be kind of assholes even in this state?
They are what they came from.
He'll reach into his sidearm and pull it out and aim for a small waving like dead branch that hasn't been cleared yet. And he'll take aim, like small stick, top left, and he'll fire.
Okay. Give me either dexterity in firearms or composure in firearms.
Rage 1?
I think so. Yeah. You know what? We're going to say a 2 because you were going to talk to someone who was part of the representation of why Charles left.
That's fair. That's fair.
And I'm sure talking about death makes anyone uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's 5 with a crit.
Okay. As the branch shatters, the gunshot ringing out, a few startled gasps being heard throughout the cairn as some are awoken by the sudden noise. You look down to the lapel once more, and the wisp is gone.
You taught me well.
In the cairn, there are still 2 other wisps in the immediate area. One on the body, and one on the pel. You can resolve those now if you would like, or save them for later.
The one on the pel may not be for Jace, and the one on the body sure is for Jester to actually interact with. He may attempt to try and get it, but for an easier time of the transfer, the ones that they're representing might have an easier time moving them in. As he looks to them both, looking at the iron case dream catchers, and then towards Varga. I'm going to distribute these out. The rite in which you were performing, what was that?
Well, it was a rite of preserving the dead, maintaining the form, holding off the rot. Until a proper burial could be done, I did not feel like it was appropriate to have the body stinking up the place.
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't really like that. He always wanted to smell nice, so.
Also, I know everyone is taking their time saying their goodbyes, and I figured it would be best if they could look on the face they remember.
Thank you for doing that. I'm going to see what I can do about gathering the rest of these. And your insight, I might come back for more questions if you'd have me.
Of course, I will always encourage knowledge and a respect for what has come before and moved on. Besides, it's not like I have anywhere else to go.
I know what that's like. And in the future, you don't need to bow to me. I'm a bone gnar, and I'm already down there, so you don't need to look any further. Eye contact a lot.
That's exactly why I should bow to you. I am not superior to you, Jason Thorne. If you are down there, so too am I.
We'll be in the muck together, eye to eye. I bow to no one, and neither should you.
As you wish. Take these rings. Take the ointment. Speak to those who knew him best, and that will show you the way to find him.
Will do. He'll then kind of give him a pat on the back, look down to Charles, look at the dream catcher that just got the wisp inside of it, put into his pocket, and he slightly nods to Charles almost in a form of a bow, but subtle enough that it just looks like he might have a small twinge or a cold breeze went by as he walks away.
As you depart this conversation with Brother Varga, what are your impressions of him and what's going through your mind?
Aspen spoke about Varga in a different tone than she talked about others. But because of where Varga came from, Jace is very skeptical of him. And as far as the urges go, he has a lot of knowledge that he can give to Jace. He has a hard time trusting anyone that comes from that place, especially everything that's transpired, everything that he heard that was going on. It's going to be a long time before he's even going to have a casual conversation. It's just going to be strictly business. But he was very kind. The information given worked. The way that he held himself and making himself almost get to Jace's level spoke bounds to him. He has that nervousness that what Varga said about some of these pieces of Charles might have been picked up already, and that he might have to go to the Shadowlands in order to retrieve them. And how many have already been gone. And Charles is one who traveled all across the globe for the nation. How is he supposed to try and get all these pieces, even with the help of all the Gru here? So he's trying to formulate a plan on how he's going to be able to get his fallen brother back up so he can pass on.
It's true. Charles has traveled the world. But how many places has he called home? How many places have actually had an impression upon him rather than the opposite? One of the mysteries to be unlocked to save Charles's soul. This is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at the Split Helm, a place that has become a second home for Jason, a business to be proud of, a place he can actually lay down roots, or consider some of the roots that he's laid down in Tampa. It's also been a very popular meeting spot for Aspen and Jason. If nothing else, it gets them out of the cairn, gets them access to drinks if they want them, and it's something that succeeded. It's a win. A win for Jason, a win for the Sept. Just a win. And in a time when it feels like you're taking loss after loss after loss with more to come, there's something comforting about being able to sit in the success of it all. So as the two of you have come together, the repassing of the torch from the temporary leader to the full-time leader. But as was once said, you can't take those glasses off once you've worn them. The scene is yours.
Aspen is sitting, working on some papers, kind of scribbling some things down. Looks up at Jace. You want to make me one of those apple things?
He'll finish down the note and put it into the computer. Yeah, I think that he'll set down the pen and set up real quick and go to the bar real quick and make her the sour apple daiquiri. He'll mix the different drinks, getting the unspiced rum, mixing it together, and then adding in a little bit of a touch of vermouth to it, just give it a little frothiness. Slap it into the blender, get fresh chopped apples, toss those in. Give it a good shake, pour it in, and then add a little bit of mint over the top with an umbrella. Walk back in. One sour apple daiquiri.
Perfect.
Anything else you need, ma'am?
Oh, you can get yourself one too if you want.
Let's get it. Hold on. He'll run back to the bar and he'll get a 4 rose bourbon and a couple shot glasses. And he walks back in. He sits down. He tears the wax off the top of it and he pours a couple the 2 shot glasses and slides one to her. Well, my time of running this bitch. Well, not this bitch. Your bitch. Done.
She rolls her eyes and lifts the glass. I do appreciate all that. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'll remember in the future when you give me a timeline, I can just times it by 6 weeks, and that's when the actual deadline is.
I didn't want to be there that long either.
It's what it sounded like. It's a couple of those times you just went off, and I love a catty queen, so I wanted just to hear all about it.
Was a lot, and it seems like the hits kind of keep coming at this point, right?
Yeah, I am very glad that you guys are back, though. The weight of everything here. I have a new perspective on what you and Jester have to do. So, not saying I'm going to be as less of an asshole about things, but I'll be more understanding about what I'm doing, if that's any contribution.
You didn't get a taste for it? You're not gunning for my job?
I don't know. Your job, there's way too much going on for your job. And I tried wearing your very tiny shoes for that period of time. I don't think that I'm the right fit for it. But with that being said, if you ever find the burden too heavy for your shoulders, you will find mine ready to aid in the burden. Not take it all. Just want to clarify that I can aid in the burden.
Seems like we're all going to have to share that burden at this point. Like you said, there's so much going on.
Yeah.
The new kids in town. That's been a whole thing in itself.
Yeah, they're interesting. Surprised that you brought back who was that one that caused the whole issue and now she's just here?
Anastasia.
Yeah, her.
She was injured. We can't be like them.
No, but you could. Are you planning on just getting her back up to health, no longer injured, and sending her on her way?
I'm hoping that's a bigger conversation. I do worry her just being here, seeing the lay of the land, that she's already got plans of her own. So I don't know with that one. I don't trust it.
You know, you just gotta say the word if you want stuff pulled up on her. I got you.
Pretty sure they were a bunch of hermits. I don't know how much you could pull up on her.
Yeah, well, I know a few people, previous lives, where they were doing in certain areas. Won't be too hard.
I'll keep it in my back pocket.
You don't plan any more trips in the near future, do you?
I don't know. I was thinking about a vacation.
No, I think it's my turn.
No, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I couldn't, even if I wanted to, with everything going on. I can't. There's, not to make it too serious, but, you know, there's a whole war at the cusp of becoming complete and utter chaos at any moment.
Yeah. Well, at the meeting, sound like we have a decent plan set right now. And there's several states between Vermont and here. Not to say that those other cairns in between are any less than what we have. But at least we have time to prepare.
I'd prefer it not to be anyone.
Yeah, we had that kind of capability and power. We'd have some people back.
I think it's now more than ever has to be a show of wanting to work together, wanting to come together, and then instead of falling apart.
I agree. Speaking of coming together, though, he'll reach into his pocket and set down the iron-ringed Dreamcatcher. Right there is a little piece of Charles Albrecht. I talked to Brother Varga, interesting guy, lot sturdier handshake than what I thought he was going to have, but that's neither here nor there. He told me that Charles hasn't been able to pass on because whatever happened to him, his spirit, his soul has been ripped and shredded into countless pieces. This one right here was on my lapel. There's another one on the pel in the cairn. There's another one attached to his body. Vargas says that each one of these pieces are going to have a connection to person, the place, or the object itself, and the overall connection that it means. Charles and I never really trained at the Pell, so I didn't even attempt that, and I think the one on his body is meant for Jester. I don't know. I gotta have a conversation with her about this, and I don't know how I'm going to even bring up this overall topic with her. But he
And-
said once we... Sorry, go ahead.
If I know Jester, she's gonna want to do everything she can to make sure that he's put back together. I don't think it's as hard of a conversation as you think.
No, it's just everyone here has lost a lot, and this one's the freshest one right now. So it's a conversation I'm not always super comfortable talking about. I usually dance around the whole thing.
Do you want me to talk to her?
No, I need to talk to her anyways. I haven't really had to sit down or have a chance to catch up with her since she's been back. Been trying to give her some space. But he'll pull out then the small little jar with the black viscous. This is supposed to help those who can't see, but this is all that there is. Like, we can't replicate it. It's from the ashes of a ghost council. It's so once it's out, it's out. But you only need a little bit, and you put it onto your eyes, and it'll help you see where the pieces of Charles are. But it's going to be places that he has connection to, that he resonates with.
You
Pull out more.
How much you're supposed to use?
I think just a little bit, because you just need to be able to put it on your eyes itself.
How long does it last?
I'm not sure.
Until it's removed or washed off, is what he said.
That's right. Thank you. It's there until you actually wash it off. So as long as you don't clean your face, I guess.
Okay. And we have no idea how many pieces of him are around?
No, and that's the other troubling aspect of it. Varga says that there are other pieces that could have already been picked up and are being ferried over. And the only way to get those ones back is to go to the Shadowlands and actually retrieve them.
Good. I mean, we have someone that can kind of make that happen.
Kinda?
I don't know how adept they are with it, but Delphine.
Okay. She should have a pretty decent connection with Charles. If I remember right, Charles was mentoring her.
Yeah, she's talked to her. She's pretty torn up about it, but yeah, she'd want to help. She wants to help, however she can, moving forward. So
Okay. Yeah. Let's get her on board. Any help to try and get this puzzle that is Charles completed. Oh, each piece of him is not going to be like the previous one. I'll let you know, I discharged my weapon in the cairn. I shot a dead branch, but it's all cleaned up. It's fine. Charles asked me to show him that I have learned from him. Even as a little prissy, wispy little bitch boy, he still got me to do things that I didn't want to do. So I don't know. I think he's fine where he's at. Honestly, at this point, we could just let him sit for a bit, but I think others wouldn't like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna be a sit and wait type situation.
No, because the more that we have, the more that end up in the Shadowland are being ferried. So no, this is a time-sensitive issue. And I know that you put me on through emissary things, trying to let people know about what's coming up. If you're all right, if I could focus on this, we have others that the whole sept can help. But I'd like to focus on this.
I think it might be something we all have to focus on. I think we all had a bond with Charles.
Yeah, he'll pull out more of the little rings. If you want to, I'll distribute some out. If you want to give some out as well.
Okay. Any indication of how long we have?
Not particularly. All I know is that they're being picked up. And the faster we move, the sooner we can get them interlocked into these. The sooner we can get Charles back to being whole. And the sooner he can move on to where he needs to be.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry to put a downer on the whole financial aspect of things. I know you're having a lot of fun over there.
No, it's fine. I mean, you gotta take the wins when you can get them, right? Even if they're peppered in a lot of other bullshit.
Yeah. Also, to kind of help with the load, he'll pull out one of his drawers and he'll grab an envelope and he'll slap it down the desk and slide it over. In there is just shy of $500,000. Should help with supplies, aid, food. I sold the rat's nest up in Columbus.
That's really that was your place, right? That was where you guys.
Yep. And now there's nothing for me there. One of the guys I hired there, Gus, he was a fry cook, and now he owns the whole thing. He bought all my shares. So, but I don't want this seen as my money. I'm gifting it to the sept to be used. I don't want you asking my permission how to use it or anything like that. I don't even want people knowing that it's from me.
Okay. That's yours to tell if you'd like, but
I knew you were going to make me tell or finagle it out of me somehow, so I figured I'd just come clean and tell you.
that's smart.
Yeah. And besides, I got a nice gift, and he'll point towards the cups up behind his desk. Got a little piece of them still.
Yeah. If only the delivery was a little bit nicer, right?
Well, you know, my boss is kind of a bitch sometimes, so it's fitting.
Yeah. Runs
But
in anyways.
it runs what? In the family?
Yeah. In that family, I guess.
That's fair. Although out of that particular family, You're not what I expected at all when I got here. And now I hold a lot of the other ones to that standard. So, except for Charles. Charles fit the bill pretty well.
Pretty on the nose with that one.
Yeah. No, hearing about you and Jester. Jester, I knew I was going to get along with when Rat was telling me. I was like, no, we're going to click. Lucas, I had a feeling we were going to butt heads, but it actually wasn't too bad. Artie, I was skeptical. The Glasswalkers and Bonar, we have history. Most of it good, but sometimes we don't always see eye to eye on things. But you, I heard Silverfang leader, and I was like, oh, and she runs the Sept. Cool. Fucking awesome. And I'm going to show up. And then I was told, hey, don't announce yourself. Just hang out and observe them, and she'll understand. But your leadership skills, your approach to everything, the amount that you care was not what I expected. And you opened my eyes to a new nation that I didn't think I would ever embrace ever. So thank you for letting me in and not being a total control freak. Not total one, but you still have your moments. Remember, I wore your tiny shoes for a little bit.
I appreciate it. And you're pretty much exactly what I expected, but in all the best ways.
I'll try and take that as a compliment.
Jace, roll me a wits and wisdom check.
Rage 1, 2?
Probably back to a 1. Or, well, no, I'd say a 2 because you knew you were going to have to talk about uncomfortable things, and maybe you're still reeling from talking to Brother Varga.
Yeah, I'd say just a 2. That's a 4.
As you're looking at Aspen's eyes, usually so sharp and aware and calculating, you notice that the sclera of her eyes is gray.
You feeling all right?
I mean, all things considered, I guess, yeah. Why?
Hold still. He's gonna lean forward on the desk and get like really close to her face and like look at her eyes.
As you get closer, you see that it's not the sclera itself. It's like a sheen over the sclera that is rippling, to put it simply. Very reminiscent of what was on your lapel. It's a lot harder to see because you're not in the cairn right now, but somehow you're still getting a glimpse of it.
As he's looking at her, he's going to tap on the desk until he finds one of the iron rings with the dream catcher in it. He's going to take her hand and put the dream catcher inside of it and then close her hand. You have pieces of Charles. Same thing that I had on my lapel, but they're waves on your eyes. All I need you to do. Sorry, I'm gonna get a little theurge here, and he'll slowly back his face away, noticing the slight uncomfortability. Speak to Charles as you would as if he were right here in this room, to convince him to go into the Dreamcatcher. That's how they get in. You need to connect with it. I don't know why it is on your eyes. That's something that you have to know. But something that connects you to Charles is happening right now. And we can get that piece into here. He'll sit back and then he'll just observe.
You want me to talk to Charles
Correct.
about
Because
how we're connected by my eyes?
again, I don't know why there's that connection. Mine was on the lapel. Underneath that, where I have my holster for the pistol and the holster that he gave me. And anything, it could be deeper than that. It could be your mind. It could be something that you connected with, seeing together. I'm not sure.
Okay. Charles, apparently you're taking a piece of yourself up in residence in my eyeballs. So even in your death, you're still driving me nuts. And don't really know what to say right now. I'm sorry.
As you're looking with clear vision, clear sight, no obstruction that Jace seems to be talking about. There's something empty in the words, like it's not connecting. And Jace, as you're watching her eyes, they're just still that same wispy gray in the sclera.
Aspen, you need to resonate. You need to have actual conviction in your voice about what you're saying. Empty words will not make this happen.
Jace, roll me an intelligence and occult.
Burn a will?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 3.
Could also be that she can't see it.
It's going to lean forward and dip a little bit of her finger into the black ichor. Rub it on your eyes.
Okay. I'll rub it on my eye. I didn't know we were gonna do finger painting this soon, but okay.
And we'll do makeup later.
It's a very kind of pasty, flaky, almost like eyeshadow that you put on. And as you do, your vision is almost immediately grayed out as you see these almost flickering wisps coming off of your eyelashes, more specifically.
Super uncomfortable. You know what? Hey, Charles. You know you've never been good with this spirit stuff, right? I've not been the greatest at it either. And it's not going really well for me as of recent. So if you could just be clear, you know, it'd just be really cool if you could just be clear on what this is all about.
The thing that aggravated me most about you became the thing I admired most about you. You had a vision of change, a vision of a brighter, better future. And that vision has led you to a lot of trouble. But it's also done the most good. I want to know that my death didn't stop that vision, only emboldened it. Otherwise, you're as fake as I originally thought you were when we first met. But I know that's not true.
Charles, you know that it has to mean something. You've known that about me for a long time. If I stop now, your death would mean nothing. And all the deaths that happened outside of you. And, if it gives you any sort of solace, Anastasia's still around because of what I believe in and what I want to do here.
Then lead me. Tell me where to go. Because you're gonna have to tell a great many others in the days to come what's expected of them.
Any idea how many of them are around? How many pieces of you are just hanging about?
No.
Figured that would be your answer.
I am just a representation of Charles's respect for you. Your vision. The future you see, and eventually made him see.
I need to get you back to the cairn. I need to get you back to, I don't know, your body.
How do we get there?
According to Jace, it's this thing. She holds up the ring.
So what do I need to do?
I need you to get in here and make it as easy to find the rest of you as possible.
Say it like you mean it.
Charles, we want to bring you back. And I need you to get into this. And if there's any way you have any guidance of how to get the rest of you back to where we need to go. As much as I hate it, you know I listen to you every single time.
Roll me a charisma and leadership.
Six with a crit.
soon as you blink, the wisps are gone. Your eyes clear. The ring grows momentarily cold, the metal of it, but then returns to room temperature shortly after.
Well done, Miss Weiss.
Yeah. Oh, we've got to get the others to do it as well.
To find me is to have known me.
We need to talk to Jester. She knows him the best. She knows what's important to him. I think all of us are, so I think in some way there's going to be a piece connected to, well, definitely Jester, if not several. Izzie, Delphine. So when you
Yep.
talk to her, check for that.
Yeah.
I have a feeling there's probably some spaces, some places that Jester can give us some ideas to. But I think this is all hands on deck. Because we got to put him back together, and he's trusting all of us.
In ways, he has helped us become what we are. It's only right that we get every part of him to restore him back to what he was.
See if you can get some of this. She points to the jar. Just a small amount to Delphine. I don't know if maybe there's a connection to the Hellhounds in any way either.
If what Aspen said is true, Delphine won't need it. They said anyone who has the sight can go to the Shadowlands. And if Delphine is supposedly capable of that, it's likely she has the sight.
As far as Delphine goes, if she's able to see what I just saw and what you were just able to experience, he'll point at the jar. I don't think she's going to need this aspect of it. But because she can see, she's going to be able to help others get these pieces of him.
Okay. Then definitely working closely with that. It's going to be especially helpful since we
I'll
don't
talk
have
to
enough
her.
of this to spare.
He'll look in the jar just a little bit that he took out, just judging. Is there roughly enough for the okay, cool.
Yeah, you could divide the jar up into smaller containers. I mean, it's you know, it's a squat, flat jar, maybe about 2 or 3 inches tall, with a unscrewable lid, and I would say it's more than 3/4 of the way full.
Oh,
And really,
okay.
you just
All
need
right.
fingertips to do it. The whole
I was
point is
imagining
if
something
you
like
screw
this.
up and have to keep doing it over and over again, it will run out. But no, you've got enough to accomplish this task, as long as people are conservative and not just wasting it to walk around looking. But what you're able to piece together is if they don't have it applied, it will not work.
Yep.
The connection to the spirit isn't strong enough to coerce them.
Everyone will get cracking on this. Get everyone all dolled up, get their makeup on so they have that connection. And then we'll get Charles all put back together and then get him moved on. And then we'll move on with the other plans that I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I totally spaced talking to Eliza about Fenris situation. It's fine. We've got plenty of things to do, plenty of things to work on. Just make this your priority. Absolutely. I think this is important for all of us to feel a sense of closure, if anything, and like he has what he wanted and be at the
Can
cairn.
do.
She'll pull the envelope, pull the cash out, put it off to the side. She'll rip off a tiny piece of a note and she'll write something down and put it into the envelope. It's really nice what you did. So you like
Think
secrets,
nothing of it.
right?
I do. I fucking adore secrets.
She'll push the envelope over.
You'll eye her for a moment, and then with one finger, keeping eye contact, slide the envelope over, pull it open, pull out the little piece of paper.
It just says Forsworn on it.
Jace, roll me a intelligence and politics or occult.
Do a cult. That's a 7.
You know exactly what a Forsworn is. It is a guru that has severed the connection to their patron. They are, for all intents and purposes, tribalists.
You'll look at it and then look up at Aspen and then back down. Why?
It's not who I am. It's not who I want to be.
You'll go over to the shredder and he'll drop the piece of paper in there. Then who do you want to be?
Someone who sees things different. Someone who is trying to make things better for a lot of people.
It's a good thing you run a new nation, because you went from top of the totem pole to the very bottom.
Seems kind of fitting, right?
Welcome to the muck, I guess. How'd you do it?
She gets kind of a little sheepish. I told Falcon where to put it, and I got real angry, and
Yeah, you did.
not my finest moment, that's for sure.
No, that's the peak of Aspen Weiss. That's this book closed, new one reopened. Hell yeah. Good for you. Live your best life. Fuck those people up top. Now we see eye to eye.
Well, there you go. Maybe I was never the person that you thought I was going to be when you walked in here.
You know, that it all kind of makes sense now. I won't say anything. How many people know?
You and Eliza and Artie.
I figured Artie would have been the first person.
Any advice?
Man, I've never met a Forsworn leader. So, and as far as a spiritual guidance, I would be careful. You no longer have the wings protecting you. You have nothing aiding in that aspect. Yeah, you have all of us. You have Star. But there are things that will see that as a weakness and will try to get in. So keep that wit that you have on you. Keep it sharp. Any sadness, despair that you might be having, feel those emotions. Now I'm going to get kind of arty on you. feel those emotions. Let them ride, let them go, and let them out. Don't hold on to them because you're just going to attract things that I will have to come deal with, and I don't want to do that.
Fair enough. Well, at least it's a good thing you know then. It's utility, really.
Yeah, you're wanting to be someone better. A Silverfang wanting to be better, but then goes away from it. Yeah, you got quite the conundrum. Yeah, your path ahead of you, you have a completely clean slate right now, Aspen. You can make whatever path you want. You have nothing dictating you.
Yeah. And it'll be an interesting journey to figure it all out.
Yeah. You do the whole kin-seeking thing. Now you just gotta do it for yourself.
Fair point.
Yeah.
As the two of you let this information settle, all of this information, the revelation about the importance of the appointment, the recognition of the priority of retrieving these pieces, now the heavy truth about what Aspen has done. What's going through your minds after this conversation?
Aspen really enjoys conversations with Jace because they're never too heavy, but they're always real. And the idea of Charles has brought a new vigor back into that, to know what's happening, to feel like there's a direction to go. But there's something kind of solemn in it as well. And what Jace did with sacrificing something really large for the safety of all the people here shows how much he cares as well. And that's the main reason why Aspen even said anything about her situation with Falcon at all. But little wins are little wins, and with things so heavy, knowing that there's a direction to go with Charles, that's the biggest thing. And that's something to hold on to with all the chaos all around.
Jace.
The path ahead for Jace, he feels like has been lifted a little bit, knowing that a packmate, the Sept leader, was able to complete the task of getting a part of Charles into the Dreamcatcher. One of the worries he had is that they weren't going to be able to actually maneuver him into there, and he'd have to aid in some way. But the fact that it is based on the person, that Varga spoke true about what he said, and Jace was able to witness it, gives levity a bit for the task ahead, because it was very daunting. But he knows that the road ahead is bumpy, and it's going to be difficult to try and find all these pieces. But he knows that this pack, he knows that they're strong, and they know that they had very deep connections with Charles, and they will complete the task. And the aspect that Aspen is Forsworn now, he sees Aspen in a whole new light. He saw Aspen as this prim and proper person who just as a Silverfang. Even though she had her own way of being a Silverfang, he sees her more as just Aspen leader. Just that is what she is, which gives more respect, because she no longer has to be living up to a Silverfang. She is who she is, and she doesn't have that weight of Falcon over the top of her anymore. And he has found this connection between the two of them, where he feels like he can give more to Aspen, actually help, because the understanding between the two of them can be stronger now.
You're well on your way down the road to saving Charles's soul, even if there's a lot more ahead of you to go. But with Aspen being a Forsworn, who's going to save hers? Or without a patron, that road is very unclear. We now transition to our next scene. Jester, the days have just dragged by. Even though you accomplished this great success in capturing one of the ones responsible for the riots, just feels empty. A job done, a task completed, something checked off the list. It's hard to find the passion and vigor in anything anymore. Eating, hunting, reading. It's almost like an automaton movement, just moving through life. A pattern. Wake up, do the job, go to sleep. Is this what life is going to be like from here on out? Is this all there is? How? What's the point? You promised yourself and Katerina, in your own way, that there was at least one more thing you were going to accomplish on this earth. Destroy Zizek. Bring her to justice. For all that she's destroyed, for the king, for the nation, for Guru kind, but primarily for Charles. So as the days have drifted by, the same routine over and over, you feel your stomach growl as a scent hits your nostrils. As you're pacing in lupus closer to the cairn, preparing to go to yet another night's sleep. As much as you possibly can. You realize the need of your body as the smell of stew enters into your nostrils. And almost like out of a cartoon where an individual is floating towards a scent, your feet just drag you that way, even though all of your senses are saying it doesn't matter. You're numb. You can just go to bed. Even though you try to resist that pull, it's almost irresistible as it takes you to the grouping of RVs, as it takes you to the two camping chairs out front and the table where two bowls sit, still steaming with the meal that's been prepared. In one of those chairs sits Eliza. The other clearly left open, expecting a visitor. As you approach the table, sitting down on your haunches, Eliza smiles and leans forward and scratches underneath your chin. And she brings you in close and presses her forehead against yours. You have to eat. I'm going to have to take a wooden spoon to your back end, and I don't think you're going to like that.
I'll give an annoyed huff.
Why don't you go on and help yourself? This is for you anyway. I had a feeling you'd be coming back around this time of night. You usually do.
With another huff, I'll shift into Hamid and sit in the chair.
Yes, my girl. We haven't spoken much since you got back.
It's been a lot to do.
No, there hasn't.
Yes, there has. We have 5 new people here.
Yeah, and there were more than 5 people here before. That's an even amount of the labor to be distributed about.
It's easier to do a lot. Make sure that I don't drift.
I get that. You can run as fast or as far as you want. It's always going to catch you, darling. Always. Believe me, I know.
How'd you do it? After he died? Joseph.
Having Orion helped. I poured so much of my love into that young boy that I couldn't think of a world where I could leave him. And he looked so much like his father, it was almost annoying at times. But honestly, Jester, a part of me didn't. A part of me died with Joseph. And an even bigger part with Orion. It ruined me. Took all the fight out of me. Left me a shell of a human being. Benefiting no one, not even myself. What really did it was finding hope in the precocious youngsters that seemed to keep coming my way and dragging me out of the pits. First it was Holly and Ren. Alara, she gestures with an uptick of her head towards the wolf wandering the woods. And after I lost them, you, and Aspen, and Aiden, and Joseph. When we put all of ourselves into a single person or group of people, it makes it all the harder when we lose them. But also, if we lose ourselves in losing them, we're disrespecting their sacrifice. They died so we could live. They fought so we didn't have to. It's easier said than done, of course, and time helps. But when you love something, when you love it unconditionally, you're willing to take pain, to respect that love, to honor it. So most days it hurts even waking up beyond the aches and pains of being an old lady. But I do it. Because both of them would have wanted me to. All of them would have wanted me to. And unlike Charles, I will probably never see any of them again. But I made that choice. Because I think it was the choice necessary to save the rest of us, and to have made their sacrifice not be in vain in the grander scheme of it all. That's how I've moved on. That's how I've kept going.
I don't know if I have that strength.
I know you do. With all that you've been through, with all that you've learned, with how much you've grown, you are strong. And this world is better with you in it. For all of us, even those you've never met.
I get so tired of being strong. Especially when I give and give and things I love most are taken.
I understand. But let's be weak with each other. If there's anyone in this cairn, in this sept, that doesn't expect you to be strong at all times, for certain, it's me. I will be your strength when you need to be weak, just as you have been mine, more times than you even know.
So no planning on running off and getting yourself killed? Do you think I didn't know?
I had hoped I was being more discreet about it, but truthfully, it terrified me. But if it was going to be what was necessary to save all of you, I was going to do it. I still feel like part of it's my fault to begin with. That's some of the ghosts I'm dealing with. But no, Jester, I am not going to do that. If anything, I am going to finish it. Because we have much bigger fish to fry.
How do you want to finish it?
That's like I said. I'm going to try to reach him one more time. And if there's nothing there to be reached, then I have my answer. He was never going to be saved. He was never going to be satisfied. And that makes him an obstacle to be overcome. It's the least I can do for him. He was one of those precocious youngsters, and he's hurting. Just like you, just like me.
You know it's not completely your fault. As much as you blame yourself, what happened back then.
I know. But none of those whose fault it is are around to take the blame.
No, but maybe we can make him see that.
That's what I'm hoping. Plus, I'm hoping it'll clear up this whole Fenris mess of business so that we can focus on what's really important. Or at least redirect their anger somewhere useful. Take the personal vendetta out of the equation.
It's probably a good idea. I mean, they all seem to want to go out fighting the worm. Right now, there seems to be an army of Guru dedicated to the worm. They can fight.
There is. But I don't think sending them on a suicide mission is the answer.
Probably not.
Stargazers and Fenris are usually spoken with the same breath. So I hold a little bit more sympathy for those who fall to the wolf's rage than others. And if we can show them another way, if we can show them that they can have their cake and eat it too, but do so with a smile on their faces instead of that menacing scowl most of them seem to be wearing these days, maybe there's a space for them after all. Maybe they can help us instead of hurt us. Because when we feel sadness, they feel rage. And I think you've felt both as of late.
I understand where they're coming from. Realizing that everything is fucked. Having to live, well, at least the ones that were around before, having to watch everything, the nation they believed in, do nothing. Look around, if I'm honest, I can also kind of understand where certain black spiral dancers are coming from. When it gets to what's the point? Maybe it's just better to have a quick and violent death instead of sitting around for decades.
Gaia needs us to live. We are her breath. We are her heartbeat. We're all that she has left. If you can't do it for yourself, if you can't do it for Charles, you can't even do it for me. Do it for her. Because she is alone, she is scared, and she is dying. A slow and painful, drawn-out death.
You know, that's kind of sneaky and underhanded. Trying to guilt me with Gaia.
There's no trick about it. It's just the truth.
You don't have to worry too much. I don't plan on dying anytime soon.
I know. You're too stubborn for that. But I also know, as long as you have hatred in your heart to fuel you, you will burn fast, you will burn bright, but you will burn out. just like Fenris.
That's the thing, though. You say I'm stubborn. I think part of it is sheer spite that I continue. My fuck you to everyone who's tried to drag me down.
I think we should call it your resolve. Spite has such a negative context to it. Because there are those who haven't tried to drag you down and have only tried to lift you up. And I think they deserve a little bit of credit for that too, don't you?
Fair.
Never completely lose hope. I have seen many amazing and fantastical things in my life. Things that others would have called impossible. If you lose that hope, you are losing the possibility of the impossible happening. But as long as you have a little, just a little, the door is still open to you. My child, death is never the end. It's the turning of the page. Now, your stew is getting cold.
Yes. Ma.
Don't make me get the spoon.
I'll pick up the stew and start eating it.
Full bellies make for full hearts. Full hearts make for a full life. More than anything else, that's what Charles and Leon and your father would have wanted for you. Do them proud. Honor them. And you'll have nothing to regret. As you eat the stew, you feel it warm its way into your core, a core that has been ice cold, almost like a corpse since that terrible, terrible night. As it warms your center and spreads outwards, you hear, for just a moment, a voice say,
I need you to be strong. For me. Please.
And that is where our scene ends. Transitioning once more to our final scene of the evening. Isidoro, you were given a very important task. Bring honor to the dishonored. The dishonored by you. Because it doesn't really matter who they were, and all attempts to find out have come up empty. What matters is who you are. What type of guru, what type of person you are. And as this is the quote-unquote punishment passed down from Aspen, so too is it a shot at redemption. Less of a punishment, more of an opportunity. So as you find one of the many, many storm drains along the coast where water is poured out to prevent flooding after heavy rainstorms, the large tropical storm that has formed near this coast is downpouring constantly throughout the few days. So the storms have a steady rush of water pouring out of them, but not so much to make them inaccessible. So having climbed into one of these drains, the smell is awful. But you've acquainted yourself with the area well enough to traverse these drains to find the one that happened to be underneath the street at the time of the riot. And it takes a while, with a lot of interchanges, having to go back down another pipe, having to move, traverse the city. Give me a wits and survival.
Okay. Couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
First is, what is my rage?
I'm going to say your rage is probably a 2.
2. Second, the previous health tracker, I assume that's cleared?
The health tracker is cleared, yes.
And the willpower is the same?
Just the aggravated remain.
Okay. Just keeping everything nice and neat. And I'm sorry again, you said the
Wits
roll
and
was a-
survival?
Wits and survival.
This is to see if you can remember the course from street side, because you don't
2.
have that advantage here. 2. It takes a long time. You may have started in the earlier afternoon, and by the time you're even getting remotely close, it's dark. And you're using maybe a flashlight or the light on your phone to guide yourself at a certain point, unless you have Eyes of the Owl, but I don't believe you do yet.
Nope.
So you are literally going by whatever light you can get, even if it's from the street lamps coming in through the drains. But eventually you reach that point. You can see that all throughout these drains there have been grates that have been installed to catch any of the detritus that may have been going down the drains, anything big, to avoid it from polluting the bay or going into the waterways. For the most part, you haven't seen anything too problematic. Maybe some soda cans or some, just trash that has been dumped. But as you draw near to the area, that smell changes from the smell of just sewage to the smell of rot and decay and death. And as you draw close to the grate, you see the mangled remains caught up in the grate nearby. What's left of an arm, a torso, having rotted so bad it's almost down to bones, and you have to shoo away some rats that have started to collect. You can see maggots eating away at some of the flesh, and it really does sit on you more than ever, more than just the idea of being dumped down a drain, which is bad enough. This is horrible. Now I'm going to give you the benefit of having made some preparations, like plastic garbage bags, maybe a big cloth sack to put it all in. So as you're collecting the remains, what is your thought during this time?
I think in the lead up, he was lost in the echoes of the sewer system, just trying to find where he could locate the body. And the second the flashlight of his phone caught on his prize and he recognized it as thus, all the thoughts of regret come flooding back as he gets teary-eyed for a moment, and he just stares, seeing the rats pick and bite at segments, or the way the creepy crawlies have made a home in him, before he... I'm sorry, but and with that, he can't even muster up the full apology as he just goes to work, putting piece after piece of what he can register as body parts into the garbage bags.
As he begins shoveling one piece and then another piece into the bag, it's so sloppy. The work is not in any way to do it with dignity. You put on large, maybe cooking gloves, kitchen gloves for when people do the dishes, to just try and do this. But as it touches you, even though you've put all the protections on possible, it almost feels like it seeps into you, that rot, that decay, that foul, twisted, disgusting feeling. Make me a composure and resolve check.
To not, make too big of a deal. On 4 dice, I got 4 10s.
Wow.
So double crit.
As that rot starts to crawl up your arm, that feeling inside, not on the outside, nothing physical, there comes a point where it feels like it's starting to penetrate your mind. You feel a pressure against your mind, as if it wants to eat away at the defenses within. But whether it's Gaia, whether it's fate, whether it's just your inner resolve, you're able to keep that rot out and push it away, sending it down your arm again and into these remains. Decay tried to infect you, tried to get inside of you, tried to eat at you. On some previous occasions, it succeeded. But not today. Today, your fire burned brighter. Today, your resolve was stronger. So as you've gathered up the remains and you begin the long trudging path backwards, not going the direct route, because if someone were to see you climbing out of a sewer drain with body, that would only go badly. I'd like you to make a wits and awareness check along your journey.
Two.
You reach an interchange, a junction of these various tubes, and you'd passed by it with determination to your goal before. But as you reach it this time, that already strong smell of death in the bag grows even stronger. And it's not from what you've got. It's from down that junction.
Izzie pauses, still one arm, latched against the bag to serve as a counterweight, as he furrows his brow. Every impulse is telling him that you have a mission right now. You really need to finish it. This is what you've been tasked with. This is what you should accomplish. And yet, that much death and decay on multiple fronts could be a sign of something far worse. And whether as an Arun or as a child of Unicorn, he must discern and discover whether or not this is something far worse than a simple waft of corruption or foul air. And he will very precariously make his way towards the scent.
Maybe letting the sack down and leaving it on one of the walking railings along the side to help further attune your senses, you proceed down the drain pipe. And it grows stronger and stronger as you go. You sweep your light back and forth, but it can only provide so much illumination in the darkness of this tunnel. And as you're sweeping, eventually on one pass down to the water, there is a face staring back at you. A face of pure fixed dread and horror, as if they were mid-scream. And you notice the body in the water, just still. You're taken aback for a moment by the sight of this, because who wouldn't be? I don't care if you're the toughest guru ever. When a face is somewhere a face isn't supposed to be, you're going to be scared. As you bring the light up and further down the drain pipe, you see another body and another and another, all of them in varying states of decay. Some so far gone that they almost look like they're just skin clinging to bones. Others as fresh as if they could have happened earlier today. And then you hear a sploosh further down as light shines in from a drain pipe that is opened, a manhole cover that is opened, and another body goes falling into the water. What do you do?
For the sewer system, are there any nooks? Like, are there alcoves at, like, key junctions to, say, hide in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Izzie will immediately go into stealth scout mode as he clings to the shadow as best he can. He'll kill the light on his phone and just sort of keep an ear out, just trying to hear echoes, because he's hoping, even in the midst of the darkness of this cavern, that anything making movement, especially going through water, will make a racket of some kind.
Roll me a dexterity and stealth. Or did you roll me already? I blanked for a moment.
I did not.
Yeah, go ahead and roll that for me.
Would my rage still be at 2? Because this is obviously something a bit...
I'm going to say a 3.
Yeah. That is 2 successes.
As you quickly duck into one of these side alcoves, keeping your senses keen and sharpened, attempting your best to detect any movement, any sound. It's a little bit more difficult because the steadily moving water from all of the recent rains is providing some ambiance. But all you hear is the dragging of a manhole cover and the clank of it settling into place. After a few more moments of waiting, you turn on the light again. You take a deep breath and you turn to move, and then on the ground, another body, looking like it had pulled itself out of the sewage but was too weak to make it the full way and died. Roll me a wits and medicine.
That's sadly only a 1.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say that's enough, because if you got 0 successes, that would have meant nothing. But these bodies, all of them, have something in common. They are all completely exsanguinated. Even this body, there's only a small trail of blood, possibly the last few pulses of the heart.
Izzie, in this moment, as he recognizes that detail, feels the already burning rage in his chest burn that much brighter, knowing that there's only really one entity that does things like this in his experience. As he makes a mental count of like 1, 2, 3, and however many more bodies he can see.
Roll me a wits and investigation, and I'll give you a more specific count.
All rage dice. Let's go. 2 successes.
You have to stop counting at 12.
Okay.
Because then it's too hard to tell amongst the remains if it's a full person, which body belongs to whom.
I think Izzie, realizing just the sheer volume of corpses here, bites his lip, realizing that both for his current pack as well as previous packs, there might have been someone with more experience on leeches. Like, how often do they feed? However, even just assuming 1 a day, that is still a ridiculous body count. And realizing that he has found a depositing zone, he starts doing a lot of backstep tracing in his mind, like, where under the city would I be? Because I can't imagine there's like placards saying, oh, this is the cross section of the street.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's not like a subway system where it'll tell you which, street you're under. Let's make it another wits and survival.
Okie dokie. 2.
Based off of the fact that you found the body that you were looking for, not that far from here, you would have to assume you're on the eastern side of the city.
And that would be in Leech territory squarely, or would that be
outside
Werewolf
of Leech territory? Yeah, outside of the bounds of the agreement.
Would it be a breach of said agreement to find this many bodies here?
If you caught them.
Yeah, okay. Izzie really wants to make himself known, but he knows that, one, he's already here for a different thing. And as much as that impulse is there, he takes a deep breath, trying not to make too much noise with his sigh as he steels his nerves, looks at the poor bodies closest to him, and pledges that whoever has been depositing these, he is going to find out before he will attempt to slink back the way he came back to where he deposited the corpse he killed, and then make his way out.
You don't even have to roll. You return to the spot you came from. You gather up the bag. You take the long journey out, although it's a little quicker this time because you have a pretty solid idea as to how to get back, what interchanges you turned at. Maybe you even had some chalk to mark the wall saying, this is where I turned, so that you wouldn't get lost down here, because it is an endless labyrinth underneath such a massive city. You emerge. You take the body to the Memorial Gardens, where you've been told is a safe and proper place to deposit those remains. You're met by a young woman at the gates, despite the late hour, who you've come to be told is Chloe, the manager of the Memorial Gardens, who is very close with the pack. She lets you in. She takes you to a plot that has already been dug, prepared for this very instance, with a marker that is stylish but seemingly nondescript. No name, no dates, just enough to signify that someone is buried here. As you put the remains into the ground, shoveling the dirt back onto it, what's going through your mind now?
Cleared of all the various precautions he took, the gloves, maybe the filter mask he had to help limit a bit of the smell as he was wandering through. Each shovelful of dirt hoists in his arms before he tosses it over the side, and each one represents a different issue that Izzie rolls through his brain. Charles really is gone. The pack really is at the foot door of destiny. The Black Spiral Dancers really are making themselves known. You really are a fuck-up. Why did you rage out like that? Sure, you helped with the rioters, you got Ricardo, but why did this guy have to die? He pauses for a moment, feeling a bit too much of the grip of the shovel beginning to burn into his hand. A long pause as the tendrils of regret begin to creep in, but he steels himself, knowing what Unicorn and Star told him, what his fellow packmates told him. I have to be better. And right now, the best thing to do is make sure you're at rest. With that, he resumes digging and find out who else has been making bodies, because no one's going to be making bodies around here.
As we finish on you filling the grave, one body is an accident. 12 or more is deliberate. You can take comfort in the fact that you have done this soul justice, that you have honored it. But some souls are beyond saving. Like those 12 or more poor souls sitting in a drain pipe, likely to continue to grow. You can save all the souls you want. You have to start with saving your own. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without two final scenes. Our first scene is street side, above that sewer pipe. A manhole cover has been scooted back into place. A young woman wipes off her hands, brushing them down the jeans on the front of her pants before shoving them into the pockets of the hoodie. And starts walking away, the hood drawn over her head. And as she passes under a street lamp, she says, "Why am I never full?" And in our next scene, it is a split scene between two different locations. One is the cairn, where Lupus Jester is starting to drift to sleep. The other is Jace's apartment, or wherever it is he goes to bed at night. We haven't really gotten into that. We're always at a bar or somewhere else. And a voice speaks to both of them. Long and drawn, low and deliberate. The voice of Turtle says,
Life was born and shaped and molded of earth. When it ends through the earth, it returns to be born again.
This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. Join our community by following the Discord link and sign up for the Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you can get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes featurettes, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session. So go check that out. This week, we have yet another episode of Hellhounds, another episode of Red Tide Rising, and we'll be back with the next episode of Rage Across Tampa. And trust me, even though they're long, you're not going to want to miss it for these amazing players. I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.